Good morning and happy Friday, Mega 17. It is 9 o'clock.
Good
It is
morning.
absolutely fantastic to see all of you this morning. After the conclusion of today, you will officially be halfway through your mega journey. As it always does, it always goes by so quickly. So many of you did the goal board exercise yesterday. Thank you. It was fun watching and seeing all of your goal boards. Raise your hand if you completed your goal board. Most of you did it. Okay, thank you. I really appreciate your time and energy and thought into it. It is now a physical representation of where you're taking your business, what your priorities are. I have so many little back things I want to talk with you guys about before we get into our day today. One is, how many of you have practiced your Ford script? Anybody have a story you'd like to share regarding your Ford script? I want to hear a couple of stories of maybe where you've put this into practice out there in the real world and had an experience. Now, we've got some quiet people in this group, and I don't like it when you're quiet. So I want to hear from some of you who are flying deeply under the radar. And some of you have your videos off. So I'm gonna start calling on you guys today instead of asking you to raise your hand. So we're gonna jump in. Miriam, I see you put your hand up, so we're going to start with you, and then I'm going to call in a few names.
Um, so I did a open house last weekend, so it was a great chance to practice the Ford script. And like one of the conversations went really well. And I'm thinking in my head, wow, this went so smoothly, like the transitions. And it hasn't always been like that. A few of the times I've tried it, it's felt a little awkward. But I tried it again last night at I'm a ambassador on the Pflugerville Chamber of Commerce. And so we had a, kind of our first of the year ambassador get together. But it was in a public place. So I was just meeting people and talking to them. And so I met these two random guys who had wandered into our little space. So I thought I would practice, and it was
Nice.
so nice. They anyway, it was a great little conversation, and then they saw me leaving as they were leaving, and it's like, "Hey, it was so good talking to you," and everything. So I just got to get better at it so it's smooth most of the time.
Good job, Miriam. Excellent work. Go out there and put it in practice. And, just like anything else, it takes practice to get better and better at it. But now you never have to worry about where a conversation is going to lead or stall out or get uncomfortable. Good morning, Marlene. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
So I work at a bar on the weekends. So it's really nice kind of way to network with people and talk with people as well. But I was able to use the Ford script last weekend with a couple. And turns out by the end of the conversation, they were looking for 25 acres, kind of in the Salado Killeen area, and their budget's 1.2. So it's really awesome to be able to kind of create that connection with them and like be a real person first and then kind of go from there.
Amazing. Um, Good job. That's really exciting news. I love it when we're putting this stuff into practice at the open houses and we're seeing real results from it. That's exactly what we're trying to do here. Okay, anyone else like to share one of your Ford experiences? Sarah, thank you.
Good morning, Realty Texas. Good morning. Um, yes, I was at my nail shop getting my nails done, and I used it with not with the with a different nail tech. And she took three of my business cards because she have family that's moving to Collin County. And so she's going to have her parents to contact me and also, I used it yesterday during a phone call with a friend. And so he told me to send two of my business cards plus a CMA. I sold a house to him previous years ago. And so they're looking for another house, and his two kids are.
Amazing. How does it feel? Feels
It
good?
feels good. I didn't realize that at my previous brokerage, a lot of the realtors was using it, I mean, on me, and I didn't know until I kind of like, that's that's what.
Well, now you are geared with the magic sauce to never ever have to worry about striking up a conversation and keeping it going again and asking all of the right things. And when you're done with it, people are going to have a completely different feeling for you because we asked them all kinds of things that create dopamine responses, family and their and what they do for work and their recreation things. And it's just very powerful. And I'm glad that all of you are actually putting it into practice out there. Okay, who has their mission statements? Polished, done. Right click copy, right click paste, done. All right, I'm seeing some. David, let's start with you. Have you placed your mission statement into your .me?
No, I have not. I'm not sure how to do that. I have it ready to go to where if I could right click paste, I would do it.
Okay. So when you know how to log into your dashboard, yes?
Yes.
So all you do is you click your photo in the top right corner, and directly
Okay.
under your photo is profile.
Okay. I'm trying to go there right now.
Yep, let's all take a moment. I'm gonna share my screen so you can kind of follow along and see because your mission statement is going to show up for the world to see. So you click your your name in the top right corner, your photo, your name, and then you see edit profile. When you click the edit profile, it will take you to your .me settings. And as you scroll down, you will see right here your agent mission statement. You also have a company testimonial, and you can write a testimonial about the company, and it shows up on our About Us page. And then this is your website bio up here, the third person bio that you create. And then your keywords for SEO and all your social media handles, and then your ability to pick your own header for our website. Okay, so once you have your mission statement all done, you can go to your .me, click your photo, click edit profile, and paste it there under the website settings for agent mission statement. Anybody, would you like to share, David?
I'm still tech challenged trying to get mine in. So if someone wants to go first, I will certainly read mine second or third if you would give me that chance to get it in there.
Christina Roberto. I know she has hers at the ready.
I do. I do. Just a second. Okay. By delivering exceptional results and professionalism, I will earn your trust as the lifelong real estate resource for you and everyone you care about today, tomorrow, and beyond.
I love it. Natural, talking their language and talking about in everything you do, consider the end, talking about the referral-based business. I love it. 10 out of 10, Christina. Excellent job. Amanda.
You want me to go?
Yeah.
Okay.
You had your hand up, said you had it done, so.
Okay. Mine is to serve a purpose greater than myself by empowering and teaching others through kindness, courage, and integrity, using knowledge to build confidence, freedom, and informed decisions in every step of your real estate journey.
Excellent.
Okay.
Beautiful. Kevin.
Hey there. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, I started with one the other day, messed with it a little bit, and then went back to the original one that I had there. And it is serving, guiding, and empowering my clients with the care and expertise that they deserve in the pursuit of their unique real estate dreams.
I love it.
Thank you.
Okay, so now that you have, and a lot of you, uh, Sarah, you had your hand up too. Did you want to share? Or was that up from before?
Oh, that's before, but I'll share it. It's
Good.
in the making. Where is it? Um, I provide integrity-driven service, market expertise, and personalized care, welcoming all clients and communities with respect and understanding.
I like it. Thank you.
Mhm.
Polly and then Charles. Good job, everyone.
Mission is to make real estate clear, confident, and rewarding for every client that I serve. I'm committed to honesty, communication, thoughtfulness, guidance, and strong negotiation skills, ensuring each client feels supported, informed, and protected from start to finish. I strive to build lasting relationships by delivering dependable service, meaningful results, and an experience grounded in trust.
I like it, Polly. What I love about these is they're so unique to the person. They're so unique to you. And that's such a cool thing that, we can have 1.5 million real estate agents and probably not two of them have the exact same one, which I think is very cool. Thank you, Paul, for sharing. Charles, Melissa, David, and then Eric, and we're gonna move on from there. Charles, Melissa, David, and Eric.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes. Good
Good.
morning.
Good morning. To provide client-centric, results-oriented real estate expertise, distinguished by a servant's heart, powered by a constant drive for improvement, always with integrity.
Okay, very powerful. Continual improvement. That one, I echo myself. Good job, Charles. Good morning, Melissa.
Good morning, Jack. Here's what I got. As a Texas realtor, my mission goes beyond buying and selling. Built on trust and advocacy, I serve you with an expert team to ensure your goals come first.
Okay, what did I just hear in there? What?
Realtor.
Yes, but that could be okay if you're meaning it that way as
Uh,
a not.
I actually am, but
Okay.
should I clarify it in some way
Nope.
so that other
Nope.
people know?
Nope. Not
Okay.
at all. 100%. So it works when it works. So perfect. Thank you, Melissa. Good job. I love it. David, you found it.
Yeah. So establish trust, provide superior and ethical service, and building lifelong relationships through buying, selling, and leasing real estate.
hmm It is perfectly formed. Lifetime relationships, buying, selling, leasing real estate, forming relationships through passion. I like it, David. Eric,
Good
did you
morning.
change yours, Eric? Because you've done it all before.
Yes, sir, I did. Definitely with the realtor, that was the first thing that prompted the change. Um, but yeah, so mine is it's shorter as well. So as a veteran and Texas real estate agent, I serve with honor, honesty, and care. My mission is to make your real estate journey stress-free while building lasting relationships founded on trust and transparency long after the transaction ends.
That is amazing. Thank you, everyone. This is a very important foundation to have under you now because we have put a couple of weeks of concentrated thought into what it is that we're trying. I think underneath it all, we had some ideas, but now you've got a path. You've got a specific mission statement to hold you to. You can tell the world about it, they can read it, and now they know a little bit more about what it is that you're trying to accomplish in your business. That helps you with your goal boards, that helps you with your vision statement, and it's going to really, really help you with your value proposition. So, how many of you are feeling confident and working on your value proposition? Kind of got it down. All right, a lot of you. Um, I know it's coming quick, but you still got about a week and a half, so you've got a lot of time. Definitely don't put this off. You should be putting to words what you think your UVP is going to be, and then you should already be standing up on a chair at home, reciting it, so you have memorized it inside and out. Who is still working on their 23 paragraphs? Okay, we've got about half of the class. Um, and who's still working on the 17, the Code of Ethics? Okay, got it. So you've still got plenty of time to get that done. That has to be done by next Friday. So no issues. You've got plenty of time. I'm very excited to start seeing more points. About 9:50 this morning, Lisa's going to come and she's going to help us with where the points are coming into class 6. What is your big takeaway from Wednesday's class? A lot of information was thrown at you. You're still good for about 9:50, Lisa? Okay. What was a big takeaway on Wednesday's class? Can you remember that far back? Polly. Oh, your hand was up. Was it from before? Okay. David and then Indu. Oh, no, go ahead.
I'm
All right.
sorry.
No problem.
Um, it was very good. I mean, it was very good. It kind of reset things for me because talking about the code of ethics and things that we should and should not do. I really like what you said about social media. I see a lot of real estate agents, and it's so funny because I thought about you, Jack. I was on my computer about 3 o'clock this morning. I just came on this. We look at other agents' posts, and I'm gonna be real quick. And she's like, at least this house doesn't have roaches in it. And I'm like, you gotta be, you can't be tacky. You gotta be, like you say, very respectful and have some integrity. So it's gonna make me really look at my social media, which I don't post nothing bad, but I mean, that just stuck out to me. We have to, run our business with integrity. We have to run our business as professionals.
Mm. We absolutely do. And the more that that is in the prefrontal cortex is acting as a filter when we do stuff, it's just that much better. Thank you for sharing, Polly. Isolette.
So one of the things I've been aspiring towards, and my son Chad, who's 32, has been telling me for over a year, he's like, Mom, you need to do video. You need to do video. You need to do video. And I have been so shy to do it. I don't mind doing it at an open house for an open house. But I created a YouTube channel a long time ago that has zero content. So I ordered that little flying thing already. It should be delivered today. And
Yay.
I ordered the microphone, and I'm gonna jump in with 2 feet. It is intimidating that you're not going to say the right way or speak the right way or whatever, but it Wednesday inspired me to do it. So I'll let you know how it goes.
Well, just remember what Vanessa Van Edwards told us about the lady in the mall who was selling the blenders, the lady who spilled the blender all over the place, or rather spilled the smoothie all over the place. Um, she was deemed more likable, more relatable, and people watched her and were more interested in what she had to say. So just be you because you're really engaging and you've got a lot of depth of soul and you've got a lot of experience and people want to hear what you have to say. And when you put content out, I suspect that people are going to be consuming it because they're interested in what you have to say. So I'm very excited to see it myself. No pressure.
Yeah, thank you.
Christina, Indu, and then David.
Well, I'm going to echo Isolette because she and I are both, we have a couple years of experience and certain level of success, but it's something that I know I need to do as well. I've done a few videos, but my hover air will be delivered and my microphones today as well. So she and I were on the same page there. But what I wanted to say is for all you new agents, look, especially if you're a little younger, you guys are already good at that stuff. We're having to learn. It's a foreign language to us, and so we're diving in with both feet on this. So if you guys already take what you know and you do all that great stuff, imagine how successful you'll be when you couple that with all of this structure. So highly encourage you, and that if we can learn it, then you guys can do all the rest because this is the hard stuff for us.
100%, there is nothing you can't do. It may be things that we don't want to do because it feels uncomfortable, but then once it's under our belt, it's just like anything else. Fear was in the way, it just caused us to do something else. We prioritized something else because it was, pick the pain, so we decided to go the comfort route. But now that you're going to take this on, it's going to elevate your business. People are going to, I'm 51. I am not 20 years old, but I'm staying abreast of everything that's out there too. But I'll just tell you that your baby boomer generation, they're consuming just as much internet information on videos as anyone else is. So they're consuming it. So your audiences, your Sun Cities and your Trace and your 55 plus communities out there, they're consuming massive amounts of video. Um, and I think that that is an advantage for any agent to dip into those waters because um, it's going to amplify what you've already done. The problem with the new agent in video is that everyone's new. But what's interesting for someone who's experienced and has a lot of past clients, their past clients are going to start seeing them. Maybe there's been a lack of communication between them, and that's going to re-energize the base of your clients. And so that is a very powerful thing because in one fell swoop, everyone is seeing you in your business and they're getting an update. So remember that some of these people, if it's the first video that you're doing, maybe they haven't seen you for a while. So maybe it's a, hey guys, this is what's going on in the world of real estate. This is what's going on with me. And be cognizant that most of the people that are going to be really watching this are people you already know and speak to them. David and then Indu.
So takeaways from Wednesday. Obviously, you got to do video, and keep a real, be very cognizant of your online presence and what you're doing. So those were good to hear. And then the personality, I was shocked I wasn't a blue, but I understand why it came up green, but it was 26, 24, 23, 21. So I was a big mix of them, but that was very interesting to think from that other side of the coin, from being what I thought was an egghead analyst to, hey, I'm actually compassionate. So
Well, we have a blind spot for ourselves. And so sometimes even we change over time and don't even realize that maybe we have a little bit. So I think being aware of our own personality type and then starting to get aware of others, that we now have a little bit more empathy, a little bit more green, so that we can deliver information in a way that the color personality standing in front of us likes to consume information. That just builds stronger relationships. And if you can communicate on a better wavelength, if you can, for a blue, give them the information they need to help them make decisions, it's going to help your business. It's going to help the relationship. It's going to just make everything better. Because when you have a red trying to tell a blue and they're leading them through a transaction and the red is a driver and the blue needs to slow down and consume information, they don't have parity. And in order for them to start finding parity, the red has to be conscious that the blue needs the information so that the red can say, okay, I understand that I'm a red. They're not a red. I'm going to give them some grace. I'm going to give them the information they need to be able to consume information to help them make decisions. That will make everyone a better real estate agent. 95%, 98%, 99.9999% of issues that land on Mr. Potter's desk are all because of parity. It's always because of parity. And then he realigns everything and then hands it back and things are on a better track. Indu and then Jeanette. And by the way, thank you, David, for bringing up the color chart because you were the first one today to bring it up.
I really felt, and it went along with me, is about the reputation. I really think it's your value system, it's your principles that you walk all your life, that you have to build up and live by it. And I think colors were the right way of showing exactly how and how much where your strength lies, and you should be able to build on it. At the same time, you build your relationship based on that reputation, that integrity you have and that commitment to yourself. And you should be able to communicate more of what you are. And that's the way you bring in more business for yourself and build yourself up on that too. So I think it was the reputation as the biggest asset is something that I really connected with a lot.
Thank you, Indu. It is foundational and critically important to always keep that in front and center in your business and everything that you do. Keep that in memory because that is a make or break. Wonderful and beautiful, beautiful words, Indu. Jeanette.
Um, Good morning, Realty Texas. I wasn't on the class on Wednesday, but I wanted to. I had a legal class yesterday, and the lady was talking about the paragraphs, and I felt so confident because I was like, "Oh yeah, I know what paragraph she was talking about," and so I know the paragraphs, but it was just great to be with the instructor and not have to look at my paperwork or anything because I already had memorized it. So I just wanted to thank Mega for it. It was just amazing.
Thank you, Jeanette. You know, it really does give you pride in yourself, confidence in the business, and just makes you feel proud of yourself that you've done something that amazing. And I'm proud of you too, Jeanette. Thank you for memorizing your paragraphs, and I hope that challenges the rest of the class to get on board with it and get their paragraph memorized as well. And, sometimes people give themselves grace and give them time. Sometimes people beat themselves up and say, "Oh, I'm this age and I can't remember things like I used to," or "I'm too busy." Um, you all have the capacity to memorize all 23. You just need flashcards. It just takes time. You just have to physically sit yourself down to do it. 100% of you have that ability. And it's my challenge to Mega 17 that each and every single one of you follow in Jeanette's footsteps and memorize your 23. Okay. We are going to push on into our class today. Usually we have a lot more non-mega people jumping into class because this is a important topic. This is one of those things where you've got to have a good structured way to help a client find the right price to bring a home to market. We're not appraisers. We don't get into the value conversation, nor should we. Value and what you bring the home to market at are two different conversations anyway. And so we're trying to figure out at what price should you bring the property to market that's going to generate what the client is looking for. The fastest sale, the highest net return, because those two things are different themselves. So first we have to understand what the client's looking for and then engineer a path that's going to successfully get them to where they're wanting to go. And if the client is wanting to bring the home to market at a price that is not going to be a successful sale, you should pause for a moment and think to yourself. Most of the time, when a home is brought to the market at the wrong price, it doesn't sell. That is just no amount of marketing that you can do is going to overcome bad pricing. It's just not. The seller has in the back of their head, well, if someone really loves my home, they'll just bring me an offer and I'll just negotiate it. Well, Mr. Seller, you've hid it from them because you see, they have a price bar and the buyer for your home is in your price point and you've put it higher than the price point and the agent put a criteria for them in the MLS and capped them at 500 and you want to sell it for 550 so they don't even see your home. You've hid it from them. So you've hid the property from your ideal buyer and you've exposed your property to a buyer that's in the 550 market, and those homes are bigger and have more upgrades. And that's not fair comparison to the home. So your very beautiful home that should sell is being exposed to a different level of product that now is hiding it from the buyer that will buy it and exposing it to the buyer who's going to choose something else over it. And that's not fair to do to your home. That is a little script that helps them when communicating with the seller about right pricing. But on the other side of that, when you sign a listing agreement and bind the broker to the seller at a price that you can't sell it for, the only reason that a real estate agent would do that is because in the back of their mind, they're believing that the seller is going to grow weary and eventually lower the price. That is unethical. And it could even all the way up to becoming a regulatory complaint and a code of ethics complaint because it said you're not going to mislead the seller as to market value. And why in the world would a real estate agent take a home to market and take the whole thing on contingency and spend money on video and photos and all the things for an asset that they can't sell? So by taking the listing in the first place, you are sending a message to the seller that, well, yes, Mr. Seller, it very likely could sell at that price. I just don't think it will, and bringing it to market when you know very well that it will not. When you sign a contract with someone, you're promising them between the begin date and the end date that you have the right to market that property between those two dates for that price, and that's it. You don't have a guaranteed price reduction coming into the future. And the assumption that they'll reduce the price and continue using you is a false sense of security for yourselves because you're actually statistically more likely to get fired and somebody else come in and them price it right and then them be the hero. And that doesn't feel good for anyone. Having a sign in the yard and doing open houses and marketing a property.
Hello, it's Isolette.
What's that, Isolette?
How are you? I'm good, Miss Joe. How are you?
Okay, sorry. I thought she was asking me a question. So it's so important that you price it right or don't take the listing. Or in special provisions of the listing agreement, have structured price reductions, getting it down to the price point in which you can actually sell it for. And we're going to talk about that today because, yes, there's one thing about doing a CMA and having the right number. It's absolutely critical that you don't get it wrong. You need to have the right number. So we're going to come at this in multiple different ways today. We're going to do a graph, and we're going to do a CMA, and we're going to backdate the CMA, or we're going to start the comps all the way back to when the seller purchased the property, all the way till today. And we're going to do a CMA. And that CMA graph actually grabs the comps in those time periods. So then the pinpoint is going to be above the year that they bought it. And then we're going to look to see that pinpoint. How close was that to their actual purchase price? Was it over or under? And then you're going to see how the property has changed value over time until today. And that is a double check. And I always like doing the graph. It's going to be a homework assignment for you guys to do the graph on your own. And we're going to do a graph today in class. And then I'm going to put you in a breakout session and you're going to build a graph. The graph is very powerful. We also have to run the actual comps. So we're going to look at the RPR report, Realtor Property Resource, which is a very cool tool that the National Association of Realtors gives you as a free member tool. And it was built between appraisers and real estate agents. And it has its own built-in auto evaluation model that is based on real comps from the MLS. Then we're going to look at the Zillow's estimate because we know that the customer is going to ask about it. So we're going to bring that out there. We're not going to sweep it under the rug and hope they don't ask. We're going to show them why it's right or right is wrong. Then we're going to bring out the assessment from the county with them as well. And then we're going to have our CMA graph, and then we're going to have our CMA so that everything is on one piece of paper. About a year and a half ago, might have been 2 years ago now, I went on a listing appointment. And I brought my phone and I turned on the video. I turned on my recorder. And they didn't know it, but I recorded the entire thing from the door all the way through to the end. And then I uploaded the video to a digitizer, and then I cleaned up the text. And then I put that into a Synthesia video, and you're going to sit in groups and you're going to hear the entire presentation of me going through my comps with my actual seller. Christina Roberto, no, not Christina Roberto, back up. Phyllis Force, sorry, who was our Mega Valedictorian in Mega 16, said that video, that watching that changed her life. She had never heard comps presented that way before, and she had her mind blown, and she's been doing this a really long time. I think it's going to probably change maybe how you go about presenting the comps to the seller from this point forward. It's just going to give you the way I've been doing it for 20 years. Okay, so let's do our little bit of a review. I always want to start the CMA talking about the dangers of overpricing and giving you a little bit of an idea of where we are headed. I know that a lot of you are working on your paragraphs. I'm glad. Um, how many of you, just as a curiosity and a show of hands, uh, took this project home and did the project with family to see what colors your families were? Yeah. Who's going to? All right, on Monday's class, when we start class, I want to ask about that. And I want to hear how that's any surprises and any epiphanies that came from that. It can take a lifetime to build a reputation and an instant to obliterate it. So remember, in everything that you do, consider the end. And when you're posting things on social media, remember you're not doing it as an individual. You're doing it as a community leader, talking to these people who you're developing trust with. And remember that. Remember the things that we're not going to post about. We're not going to post about your income or bling or politics or adult content or the other guy or anything that you can't verify to make sure that you're not putting out there bad, false information. And, I always put in a sixth one. Um, you know, Hopefully none of you find yourself in some of the bad deeds that we saw across the first morning of those people who were indicted and jailed, and just really taking stances that are going to divide your audience down into fractions, and likely judged forever on those things, and in some points even licensure issues. So today is Master the CMA class, dead center. Monday's class is buyer and seller presentation, very fun class. Tuesday's listing, marketing, and grand opening, huge transformational class. Just about every agent who's ever taken the listing, marketing, and grand open class from Mega, it's completely changed their approach to bringing a listing to market. Even if you've closed 100, even if you're closing 300 or 400 transactions over your lifetime and closing 10 a month, this is still going to change the way that you bring listings to market and the way you have a conversation with the seller about how you're going to bring the property to market. It is such a succinct plan and it's such a exciting story to tell the seller that you're going to get them so excited about your marketing plan that it will be impossible for them to hire anybody else. In your .me platform, you all have this grid, all of you. When you go into your rooms, you'll actually click around in the rooms, and there's actually, in the rooms itself, there's another tab, and it shows all of the homes that you've sold on a map. And here is my homes that I've sold on a map. So if I, zoom into Round Rock, here are the properties that I've sold, and you zoom out. There's over 1,000 properties that I've sold as an individual agent since 2006 when I've gotten my license. It's a lot of transactions. It's a lot of communities. It's a lot of roof over people's homes. So I've seen a lot of different kind of properties. I've been out there. In the foreclosure crisis, I was doing a lot of BMAs and BPOs, and I was working with um, at least 10 or 15 different asset management companies that were sending me BPOs, and I was going out and doing them on a regular basis, which is a CMA for a bank when someone is in pre-foreclosure. And I have received foreclosure listings. Here is a property on Sun Hillow. This is in North Austin. It was a duplex. This turned into my listing, both sides of it, by the way. And this is what it looked like on the inside when I received the asset. This was a hoarder unit. Inside the hoarder unit, there was underneath that stack a dead cat, which is where the horrific smell came from. It was a horrendous property to take. It took massive amounts of work. Um, so it's not always glamorous. It's not always going to be glamorous. It's not always what you think it's going to be when you get your license. And then, and that was a very difficult property to price, by the way. Now here was, I'm going to show you two properties that were very, very difficult to price. And I'm going to give you some advice on what happens when you've come across a property in your business that's really hard to price. And it's going to set you free in some ways. Here's a property in Lexington. This is in section blue. It's right under south of Taylor, north of Elgin. And they're all deeded 10 acres. So all these properties are 10 acres in a perfect rectangle. This particular property had a tank stocked with fish. Texas word for a pond is a tank, as you all know. It had a dock on it. It had cute little bridges, so really interesting improvements on the 10 acres that were significant improvements that are themselves difficult to assess in number two. And the house was built custom from the trees that were cleared from the land, which is also very interesting. But it also had a second, what could have been a five-car garage, well, six-car garage really, that was converted into a fully functional wood shop with all of the vacuums and the lathes and the table saws and all of that equipment was going to convey. Very difficult property to convert to provide a CMA. Here's a property that I sold in Granger. It was also on 10 acres. It was 18 feet off the ground and it was in a flood zone. And this whole thing was in a flood zone. And because it was in a flood zone, they thought, okay, well, we'll fix that. We'll just put our house on stilts, making it one of the most difficult houses because obviously there's nothing like it. And also, this property was created from all of the trees, the pecan trees that were on the land. And inside, it had extensive woodwork. Extensive woodwork. Very, very cabin look, very much like you would see in a Tahoe, California Tahoe kind of condo with all of the natural wood inside. And when it did flood, and it flooded about every 5 years, they would not be able to get to the street. They would have to, excuse me, they would have to take a little paddle boat and paddle boat out to the street to go anywhere. And so they were, literally in the middle of a lake. Another home that I sold that was in Austin was a 8-sided octagon. Well, actually, it was a tetrahedron because it actually had 10 sides, but that's a whole nother thing. And of course, I show up to a Rubik's Cube kind of thing. And I'm like, how in the world am I going to find comps for this thing? And the inside was it's a very confusing floor plan inside, very difficult, and had to sell that. So in this situation, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, I'm very, very experienced at pulling comps. I know that I could come up with a number that would sell the property. The thing, though, is that I'm going to bring the property to market, and the buyer agent's not going to have a chance. They're not going to have a chance to build comps, and they're going to ask me for my comps, and they're going to disagree with me, and they're always going to come in 15, 20, $40,000 less than what I did because that's just over the years that I've been doing this. Every single time I have a very unique property, the buyer agent gets it wrong and they're arguing, the numbers are huge. My recommendation, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, is that you order an appraisal. That will set you free. Mr. and Mrs. Seller, I recommend that you order an appraisal because now that's done by a licensed appraiser. The agent can't argue with it. So when we get the appraisal done, we list it for that, we bring in a buyer, and the buyer starts arguing with us, we say, we've had an appraisal done, here it is. And that's going to, quote unquote, shut them up. They're going to look at that and they're going to say, okay, fine. They're not going to argue with that because it's a third party appraiser. And if they want to try to argue it all they want, they can order their own appraisal if they want to get at that level. But at the point where you have properties that are so unique that it's impossible to find a true comparison, you can't do a comparison. CMA, comparative. We have to compare it against something. And if there's nothing to compare it against, then my recommendation is that you have the seller order an appraisal. That is going to make you feel just a little bit more secure and safe walking into a situation. Isabel.
So can we share that appraisal with the buyer's lender? Because
Yeah.
it needs to make value, correct?
Absolutely. And we're going to talk about meeting the buyer's appraiser at the property because the buyer's appraiser is going to call the listing agent and let them know they're coming. And likely they're going to have to go inside. So the seller usually is the first one to know about the appraiser because they're calling and trying to schedule an appointment to go inside. So the listing agent needs to first get permission from their client to meet the appraiser. And once they have that permission, then the agent should go out and follow the instruction of the client specifically, but whatever that instruction is, provide the comps, provide the upgrades, provide a copy of the front page of the multiple offer situations if you were in one, the appraisal, all the information that's going to help the appraiser do their job. You can communicate with the appraiser all the way up until the appraiser has generated and submitted the appraisal. But once they've furnished it, we can't communicate with them anymore because of retribution. Appraisers were having issues with retribution in the past where the appraisal would be turned in and then the agents would start attacking the appraiser and the lenders would attack the appraiser and say this is wrong. This means the buyer's going to have to bring money to the table or they're not going to be able to buy the house. The deal's going to fall apart. If you're going to do that to us, we're never going to use you again. And appraisals were being tampered with and they were recertifying appraisals because of the pressures that they were getting from real estate agents and lenders. So during the Obama administration, which was the beginning and tail end of the financial crisis, in the Dodd-Frank Act that came out, they put into it that there was going to be some space between no more communication when the appraiser certifies the appraisal, no more from that point. So they actually created a new process for appraisals, which is the process that we use today. The lender used to have an appraiser, and they would call the appraiser directly and order the appraisal from the appraiser. But they don't do that anymore. Starting in 2009, it really came into effect in January of 2010 in that legislative session. And what it meant was that the lender had to call in a clearinghouse, which was basically what they started calling them clearinghouses in the beginning, and then they transferred that name to an appraisal management company. And so think of like a broker agent kind of scenario where an appraisal management company is the one that receives all appraisal orders and then they grab a appraiser at random. So a lender calls a appraisal management company and then they give it to an appraisal at random and the lender can only communicate with the appraisal management company. So once the appraiser's turned in, the agents can go speak with the individual appraiser about what's going on and about giving them all the information they need to be able to put their report together. But once it comes out, then the only communication can be between the either whoever purchased it, the lender, or if there's no lender and a buyer's truly just doing it for themselves, them and the appraisal management company. So that space is where we are today. So sometimes agents get confused and they think, oh, I thought I heard somewhere that we're not allowed to talk to the appraiser. We absolutely are able to speak with the appraiser all the way up until they've completed their report and turned in their value. So we've got some code of ethics things that we need to jump into and learn quickly because there are multiple. There's one TREC rule and there's one code of ethics rule, standards of practice 1-3. Realtors in attempting to secure a listing shall not deliberately mislead the owner as to market value. So again, when you are dealing with the code of ethics, that's the National Association of Realtors and that applies to all of their members, realtors. So realtor in attempting to secure a listing shall not deliberately mislead the owner as to market value. And a agent who has taken a listing overpriced and not with passion explained how that price is going to harm them and just take the listing and not explain to them what the market value is, that has case precedence that is a violation here, that they're deliberately misleading because they didn't tell the customer that that's going to harm them, because we have an obligation to make sure that we don't harm the customer. So we must be honest with our clients about what price we recommend to list the property to secure a buyer, but also secure the highest net for the seller if that's what the seller's looking for, which is what we call what the market will bear. Then on the regulatory side, TREC rules, which of course falls under the laws of Texas, TREC rule 535-17, broker price opinion. Whether you hold a broker license or a sales agent license, whoever has the listing agreement or the buyer rep agreement with the client, that is the only entity that can provide a CMA to the client. So it is true that a sales agent can prepare a CMA, but they cannot put put that CMA in their own name. It has to be in the broker's name. And there's a lot of liability for a broker in agent CMAs. So the broker is taking all the risk here because an agent is not even allowed to do a CMA. So when an agent goes out and takes a listing at the wrong price and brings it to market and they think, well, this is, no one's going to get in trouble but me. Actually, quite the opposite. The only person who's going to get in trouble is your broker, especially the way the law reads. It says a real estate license holder may not perform an appraisal of or provide an opinion of value for real property unless the license holder is a licensed appraiser. So it comes out the gate saying we can't use the word value. We can't even talk about this word value because there is an entire entity that creates that deals in the word value, and that's licensed appraisers. So that's not what we do. Then it says if a real estate license holder provides a broker price opinion, a comparative market analysis, or estimated worth or sell price under the License Act, the license holder shall also provide the person for whom the opinion, analysis, or estimate is prepared with a written statement containing the following language. So TREC says if you do a CMA, this language verbatim must be on the CMA. And this is regulatorily required. So they have to have gotten it and they should have signed it and it'd be in the room, which is what our CMA cover page that we have in our rooms, which has this language, which by the way has to be in 12-point font. This, regulatorily, it has to be in 12-point font. This represents an estimated sale price for the property. It is not the same as an opinion of value in an appraisal developed by a licensed appraiser under the Uniform Standards of Professional Appraisal Practice. So we have to have printed on our CMA, this is not an appraisal. This is different than an appraisal. We don't deal in the word value. And then it goes on to say the statement required by subsection B of this section must be made part of any written opinion, analysis, or estimate of worth or sell price. It must be reproduced verbatim in at least 12-point font. So reproduced verbatim in 12-point font, this sentence must be on your CMA. This is required by law. A sales agent, now this is the part where the broker has to be in the broker's name. A sales agent may prepare and sign and present a broker price opinion, comparative market analysis, or estimate of worth or sell price for the sales agent's sponsoring broker. But the sales agent must submit the broker price opinion, comparative market analysis, or estimate of worth or sell price in the broker's name, and the broker is responsible for it. So this is the regulatory rule in Texas. This is 535-17. You can go and Google 535-17 and you can see the law there. We're about to move over to Lisa's points, but there's one more slide. Again, the TREC rule states has to be verbatim, which is why you must use the CMA cover page, because I can guarantee that that's there because I put it there on that cover page. When we get here, Marlene.
So just a quick question as far as it being under your name, is that going to be on like the cover page, or how does that show that it's under your name?
Yep.
That
So
makes
it's got the broker name on the top, and we've got all that information there, and it's submitted in the broker name. So that is why the CMA has to be underneath that cover page, what has all that stuff on there.
Oh, okay, cool. Thank you.
Yep. So without the cover page, likely you're not in compliance with the law. Now, it is true that some of the MLSs put the verbatim language on their MLS sheet, but it is in like size 5 font or 6 font, very, very tiny at the bottom of the page, which does not comply with the statutes. They're only putting it there to remind you that that needs to be there. It's not actually fulfilling the requirements under the law. One thing I always like to ask right here is who are you statutorily required to provide a CMA to? And did you know that the law requires a CMA? And it requires a certain CMA before a certain event happens. And it talks about who must get one. Does anybody know? Well, if this is a law in Texas, do you think we should all know this?
Yes.
Okay.
I know.
A CMA is required before negotiations can begin. It says that before you can negotiate a listing. Now, the the geniuses who created a lot of the language in the Texas legislature, we were very, very competent, and they understood real estate at a fundamental level. The level that the people that I surround myself with understand real estate. They understand it at a fundamental level. And they had language in there that was very purposeful. A CMA must be provided before negotiating a listing. At what point in a transaction do you negotiate a listing? Do you negotiate a listing when you're sitting with the seller signing a listing agreement? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about the price. We're not negotiating. Never mind. We're
No,
providing the information and they're deciding. So,
we're 100% negotiating.
okay.
I mean, you were out the gate correct. When you are sitting with the seller, you're negotiating with them. You're negotiating on taking a listing of whether you're going to take that listing or not. This is a two-way interview, and it's a negotiation on that price. You are statutorily required to provide a buyer, a seller, a landlord, and a tenant, a CMA, before negotiations begins. This means for a landlord and for a seller, it's at the table before you take the listing, and then again when you're negotiating an offer. It doesn't say negotiating an offer, it said negotiating a listing. And a listing is any property that's for sale at every point through the process. They were very specific in their words before negotiating a listing. So we negotiate a landlord listing as a lease listing. We negotiate a seller's property before taking a listing. We negotiate a buyer. And when we're working with a buyer, we're negotiating on both sides too. So as a real estate agent, when you're working for a buyer or a seller or a landlord or a tenant, before you can begin negotiating, you have to present them with a CMA. TREC wants the seller to see market data before the property is brought to market, before they pick a price. They want the seller to be negotiating from a place of strength. They want the buyer to see the comps before they negotiate because they want the buyer negotiating from a place of strength. And no different from a landlord and a tenant. They want the consumers to be negotiating from a place of strength. So every person you work with, buyer, seller, landlord, and tenant, is statutorily required to have received a CMA. You've gone over the CMA. It has the 12-point font language on the cover page, and that you've shared with them the range that you believe that they should bring the property to price for, and then picked the number. Okay. We're going to jump into our points now. Lisa is ready for it. Lisa, are you ready, or you want to do it after your 10 o'clock?
I could do it right now and then we'll be done and I can jump off of here.
Okay, so let me just do one quick thing here. Where is it? All right, so coming out of last class, we had David in fifth place, Dame with 5,275 points, Damien in fourth place with 6,000 points, Isolette was in third place with 6,900 points, Indu was in second place with 8,250 points, and Denise was in first place with 9,775 points. So coming into class 6, where are we, Lisa Ormsby?
Okay, well, in fifth place with 8,150 points is Isolette Daly.
Okay. Say the points again.
8,150, 50.
Okay, good job, Isolette.
In fourth place with 8,225 is David Uker.
8,225, David, fourth place. Nice. Staying in the top
Third
5.
place with 8,500 is Miriam Mormon.
And Miriam has found her way to the top 5. Congratulations, Miriam.
And you have no idea how much extra stuff she does. She throws it in the chat. Look, I'm with the ambassadors from the chamber. Look, I'm at, all the stuff that she's doing. I don't know how she's, I don't think she's sleeping. But anyway, good job. And then with 10,100 points, is second place is Indu.
You maintained your second place, Indu. Good job.
And then still holding strong in first place with 11,850 points is Denise Elhart.
Okay, Denise and Indu have held their position. David and Isolet also maintained their first five, but we have an upset with Miriam finding her way to the top five. Congratulations, Miriam, for finding your way there. We've got a lot of points left to cast. We've got a lot ahead of us over the next 2 weeks. So who knows who's going to be finding their way to the top five? This starts really getting upset next week as people start getting in their contracts paragraphs and some of their other stuff that's been outstanding, because some of you were able to get that done earlier, which put you in the top five sooner.
I'm just saying, watch out for Sarah, Christina, Melinda, and Damien. I'm just saying.
They are the ones to watch. Okay, it is 9:59. We're going to take a first break. We're going to come back at 10:10. And I will see you back after our first break. Okay, welcome back from our really quick 10-minute break. I don't know how these things go by so quickly, but they do. So did anybody learn anything new so far in class today, especially as it pertains to the regulatory requirements of 12-point font and all of that stuff? Yeah. Okay. It is good to know the brackets. It's good to know the regulatory requirements because, I mean, obviously, sometimes there's a saying that Michael Potter and I have. You don't know what you don't know. Here are the different type of valuation models that are out there. And this is going to find your way to the text test question. There is an appraisal. There is a Zestimate. There's an AVM, a BPO, a BMA, a desk review, an RVM, and of course, Zillow's Zestimate. So I'm going to go down the line here and just explain a little bit. Appraisal is obviously done by a licensed certified appraiser. There are different types of appraisers. Appraisers have different types of certifications that will allow them to do different types of appraisals. For instance, if you work for the appraisal district, did you know that you must have an appraisal license? They do. So when you go in your real estate agent license and you walk in and you're talking to the person sitting at the desk for your either you can go in for a hearing where you're not sworn in. They're appraisers. And oftentimes real estate agents are arguing with the appraiser about the word value. And the appraisal district doesn't like real estate agents coming in, arguing with them because they know that the agent is arguing outside their competency and they're not licensed to do it, and they are licensed to do it. Just know that a real estate agent has no business inside the appraisal district arguing with the appraisal for their client's home. We all know this, right? TREC has said, we're not going to allow this. If you want to go do this for yourself, you can as an individual, but even then, you probably should hire a company like Protex that's their competency and they can do that for you. So this is not a service that you should be offering your clients, that you're going to print out comps in the MLS and take it to the appraisal district and help the appraisal district argue down their valuation. No much more so should you be doing, I don't know, a knee replacement for your client or a colonoscopy or anything else that you just might think that you're qualified to do, which we could land ourselves in a little bit of trouble. So no more of that, because every appraisal, every single time the assessments start coming out, we have agents finding their way to the appraisal district with their clients, arguing with their clients, which obviously is adding liability to the agent's license. Then we have the assessment. The assessment comes from the appraisal district who hires appraisers, and the appraisers get a certification called a mass fee appraisal certification, so that now they're certified to be able to do a mass appraisal, which is doing appraisals on thousands of properties at once. The budget is likely between 1 and 3 cents per property to do an appraisal, and they segment different communities in ways that maybe you wouldn't even think to in a CMA. They know which lots have a wider lot. They know what style of product, the D.R. Hortons versus the Wilshire Homes in the same community, and they're not going to allow comps to come from certain areas of the community because it's not like product. They have zeroed down the areas in a way that is even superior than what the MLS has. Christina.
Yeah, you just said something that has always been a curiosity to me. So they do, in fact, take into account the levels of builder
Yes.
quality in a community.
Yes, 100%. So when you go to the appraisal's website and you click into a subdivision, it'll show you where the comps came from, and all of the different areas will mean a different color, and it will, your property, that your subject property that you're trying to figure out where they got comps from, you'll be saying, well, what about this area inside the subdivision over here where I've got all my comps from? Yeah, we don't allow comps from that area. It's not the same grade of product. So they do know, absolutely. The width of the lots, because sometimes you'll have a 60, 80 foot lot, and then the rest of the 120 foot lots. I mean, you've got different sections of the same subdivision that's got different product in it, and they won't mix those products together.
Okay.
So the thing about the assessment is that they've never been inside the home. They don't know what's going on. The home could be distressed, the home could have upgrades and then not know it. And a bigger thing with the assessment is a lot of builders will start to build a home on a lot, submit the plans, and then that buyer back out, and then the new buyer not want to put the second story game room on it for the 1.5 story, and them not do that, and the builder allow it. But the plans were already submitted, not changed, and now the appraisal district has a 400 or 500 square foot larger square footage than what the home property actual is. And so we can't guarantee that the square footage in the tax records is correct, or that any of the information in the tax records is correct. So again, appraisal, someone who's is a licensed with a different type of certification. Assessment, that is the county. That's a basis in which to tax. The assessment is not a valuation. It is a basis in which to tax, and that's it. They're trying to fairly apply a basis in which to tax, but it's not what the home's value is. AVM is an auto valuation model. The AVM is an algorithm, and Zestimate is an AVM. The RVMs that you see in Realist that comes up with an automated value. So those services, even we have one on our website. If you go to your sell page and type in a property address and click, it will give two different AVMs, a Zestimate and a third-party data warehouse auto valuation model on the home. And you can send out an email to your past clients who live in a property and send them an AVM on their property on a regular basis so that they can see what the current value of the home is according to the auto valuation models. Most of the auto valuation models don't have access to the MLS, so it's doing a comparison analysis. But the only one that does is the RPR version of it, which is the Realtor Valuation Model, and it is using the MLS data for its AVM, which is why the RPR data is much better than anyone else's. But also RPR hasn't been out to the property. So when it comes down to it, the Realtor CMA is supposed to be the most accurate because they've seen the property. So then BPO, broker price opinion. You haven't lived until you've done a BPO. They're not fun to do. They're about 5 pages long. They're done for usually someone who has benefits from an employer and a relocation package. So they'll plug into ERA or Weichert or any of the different third-party companies out there that are they're transferring employer benefits. They pick a they get to pick a real estate agent, and they send out three different agents, send a BMA in, and then the consumer picks the agent that they want to use with usually a 48% referral feedback to the relocation company. So BMA is specifically done for um, third parties, what they call third parties, the relocation company. BPO, broker price opinion, is done for a bank, a financial institution, could be a local credit union, could be Bank of America, but it's a loan servicer. And the loan servicer has determined that their borrower is 45 days delinquent. They've entered foreclosure, pre-foreclosure proceedings, and they want an idea of kind of a shot in the dark of what range the property is in terms of a price. They are not going to order an appraisal because they're not going to spend $500 doing this. And they're going to pay the agent $35, $40 to go out, take pictures of the property. Usually they're external BPOs only, so you're just going to take a picture of the house, the right side of the house, the left side of the house, both directions of the street, picture the street sign, zoom into the address on the home, and then you're going to fill out a 4-page BPO form and send it into the bank. And then if that property forecloses, they will consider you for the opportunity to receive that listing if you're in network with them. Miriam.
So I've seen multiple threads like online of real estate agents kind of bragging about their side hustle of doing BPOs. Do you know of any any cases that have come before TAR or, well, I guess it's NAR because some of them aren't in Texas, but has anyone gotten in trouble for doing that yet?
No, and likely they're not, because they're asking for a real estate agent to go out and give them their opinion. It's almost like a CMA, so they're asking for a CMA, and they're likely not going to. The only way that the agent can get in trouble is by getting paid directly from these companies.
But that's what is happening. I'm sorry, that's the reason I asked the question.
Well, it didn't happen that way for me because I filled out the application correctly first of all, they have to see a copy of the broker's insurance, and that has to be uploaded into the portal. The broker's name and information needs to be sent there. And if the agent puts themselves in there and they send a check, then the agent has purposely set that up. And if someone were to complain, then yes, they would have a regulatory complaint where they got paid directly and they're not allowed to get paid for doing any type of brokerage services. So in any event, they can do CMAs all day long. They just need to fill out the portal correctly so that the check goes to the right place, and then the broker does whatever the broker policy says that they're going to do in that situation. Good question. Has anybody ever heard of a desk review? Desk review is, you can rewind the clock about a decade. We could pick up the phone and call the lender and ask the lender to assist us with a desk review. They usually have auto valuation models themselves where they can type in an address and they can get an auto valuation model themselves. So it's never a bad idea to pick up pick up the phone and ask the lender, hey, I've got this property, I'm doing a listing appointment next week on it. Can you do a desk review for me? Can you send me what your AVM says on this property? It takes them a couple seconds and they're usually happy to do it. So then we have the RVM, the Realtor Valuation Model. This comes in a score of 5-star confidence levels. If the property has ever sold before in the MLS, then the RPR, so again, RPR has all of the tax records across the entire country, and they've geolocated every single parcel number. So they have all the parcel numbers. You type in any address in the nation, whether or not a real estate agent or a realtor has listed that property or not, it will show up into RPR system. The question though is, does the rich data of the MLS apply here? Meaning, was it ever listed in the MLS? The limited fields that you have in the appraisal district records is vastly different than the fields that you enter into the MLS. and they consider real estate agent data a higher quality than what you have over here on the tax records. You were inside the home, you worked with the seller, you've learned a lot about the property, and because you have a license and requirement under both Texas law and the Code of Ethics to get it right, they expect the MLS data to be of a higher quality. So the 5-star confidence in the RPR, which is the 5 stars that are right underneath it, if it's 5 out of 5 stars, it's usually because the property was listed multiple times before and marked sold. Now they have a pinpoint on two different timelines. 2018 and 2022, the property sold, and now they know what it sold for, and they also know what the average price was, and they can do a quote little CMA for those two time periods to see, was the property on average selling higher than the median price point, or was it on average selling lower than the median price point in the past? Those two extra evaluations is what brings the confidence up to the levels of 4 and 5 star confidence, because now they have all of the data in the MLS. They got multiple pinpoints to go back and point to. And so then RPR becomes a much more accurate AVM than anything else, which is why if it's never been reported sold before, RPR is going to put their confidence level as 3 or 2 stars. They're going to put AVM after it. But if it's been reported sold before, then the number of star confidence level increases and they put RVM behind it instead of AVM. Kevin and then Donna.
Hey, thank you. So in the RPR RVM, it is data that they're pulling independent of the comps you've selected, correct?
Yes.
And it is because it is drawing from MLS, is highly more likely to be accurate than as estimate. But are you finding that to be true as well?
Yeah, 100%. You also have the ability to go into RPR and modify it, and it will show the original RVM and then the modified RVM, so that you can remove comps that it chose, because you can actually do a CMA directly in RPR, and a lot of people are doing their CMAs directly in RPR, so that they give a seller an RPR report, and in the RPR report, they were very exclusive on what comps. What's interesting is there's data inside RPR that doesn't exist inside the MLS. And that's because RPR feeds from every MLS. But not only does it feed from every MLS, but it also feeds from the tax roll. So if a property foreclosed or if a property was sold privately and outside the MLS, it's going to grab that out of the tax roll, and they're going to see that transfer happen. So you have access to more comps in seeing them in a different way. Donna, you are on mute, Donna. So there you go. Hello.
My question was answered. I was wondering, is there, other than calling your favorite lender friend to get a desk review valuation, is there an RPR and the typical things? Is there any other place that we can pull up information on, especially if you have a hard property, kind of like your flood property or your strange shape house?
Yeah, my tetrahedron. So this is the thing. For some of you, the answer is yes, and for some of you, the answer is no. And that's because we all have different relationship with a different MLS. The Austin Board of Realtors has a product called Remine, and Remine will also give you another AVM. So if you're looking strictly for an AVM, you can go to the Realty Texas sell page and enter an address for the property, and it'll give you two AVMs. You can look at the Zillow AVM. You can look at the RPR AVM, call a lender and ask them for their AVM. And then you can also get into Remine from Actress, which is now called, I can never remember their new name. I'm going to call them Actress forever. Let's just say that.
Unlock.
There you
Unlock.
go. I always think MLS Now because they picked MLS Now, and that was the name that they were coming to market with. And at the last minute, they changed it, and I reach to MLS Now. But yes, Unlock. In any event, inside Unlock, there is a product called Remine that currently is owned by Austin Board of Realtors. They accidentally bought it for $4 million and now they can't support it. So they're trying to find a new owner for it and try to push that out nationally. So Donna, yes, there's lots of different tools out there, and we're going to be digging into a bunch of them as we get further into today.
Yeah, I need to do a CMA for a property that nothing is sold in there for 2 years, and the stuff that's around it is really not comparable. So,
Yeah, so your very best bet is to do the very best you can, go out, meet with the seller, and recommend they do an appraisal.
right. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Yep. Okay, so when determining the most appropriate price to recommend to a seller, the following resources need to be taken into consideration. So here is the dog ear page. Has the seller done an appraisal? Do they have the appraisal when they purchase the property? One of my first questions I always like to ask the seller, because they've got an appraisal probably at some point when they bought the property, or maybe they've done a refi since, and I want to put my little fingers on that report because there's data there that I need. Second, which is what I call the trend model, which you're going to call the CMA graph, which we're going to do together today, which is going to be a graph of how the property has changed its pricing structure year over year over year, as far back as you want to go back as the data will allow from the individual MLS. This is a tool that's inside every version of Matrix, which is Houston runs on Matrix, Netris runs on Matrix, CTX MLS, ABOR runs on Matrix. So most of them are running on Matrix. So most of you have that at least as one of the optional front ends that you can use. Most MLSs are moving to what's called front end of choice, where you usually have multiple different front ends you can choose. So you can choose from Paragon or Matrix. The third one is your just straight up CMA that you're going to do with your comps and drill into the CMA and have a range. Fourth is the RPR report printed out to the property with maybe a refined value, because you should verify the facts in there to make sure. Maybe they've done a medium grade kitchen remodel. Maybe they've replaced the windows in the house. Maybe they've added a deck. You can tell RPR those things by literally selecting those values in RPR, and it will extrapolate how that will increase the property's price based on those upgrades. $30,000 price, $30,000 kitchen improvement is not going to give them $30,000. It's likely to give them $14,000, because and it'll show you how it'll ask, how much did you spend, and then it'll show how much increase of value did that remodel actually bring to the home, which is very helpful because that's the number one question I get from agents. The assessment also, I want to take that into consideration, not in terms of driving value, but I know that the client is going to have an objection there, so I want to bring that along for the ride, as well as this estimate. I want to bring that for the ride because the seller most likely has seen it. So these are the 6 things that I like to take out with me. The second thing is, when we're looking at the statuses in the MLS, we have the difference between on-market statuses and off-market. So pending is off-market because the days on market stop, but coming soon is still considered an on-market status. The active and active contingent is on-market status. And then we have off-market statuses like pending or accepting backups, but it's, they're in the option period, or it's pending all the way to closing. And then third, you have sold. So I'm going to look at it this way: active, pending, and sold. So when you look at the active comps in comparison to your subject, what do the active comps actually represent? Miriam.
Your current competition in the market.
Okay, exactly. My sentiments exactly. So the other homes that are active are going to be competing against the seller. So one of the things that we're going to take into consideration is we're going to look heavily at the sold comps, because the sold comps is the only thing that we can actually include in our CMA to come up with the right price to bring it to market. But we should then take that price and then we should put it against what it's actually on market right now, because that's important. If if prices are lower today than they were 6 months ago, it means you're in a declining market, and you need to know what other home sellers are doing because they may be outpricing each other, and you need to know that as you come on market. Okay, so if the active is the competition, then what are the pendings? Christina.
Pendings are the real time. Pendings will tell us how long the houses are staying on the market currently. Plus, we can also call those listing agents and see if they will share information with us, if they're at liberty to let us know, if they got close to asking, or if they'll even share the price with us. All of that information can be very, very helpful.
I couldn't agree more. The pending is what's currently trending in the market. The most relevant what's trending in the market. Picking up the phone and asking the listing agent for a professional courtesy. Hi, Denise. This is Jack Stapleton over at Realty, Texas. I'm bringing a property to market in a subdivision. It looks like 123 Main Street that you have listed. Just went under contract. Congratulations, by the way. Looks like that if you close by the time we come on market, it's very likely that you're going to be my best comp. Would you share with me, did you get into a multiple offer situation? The first question I'm going to ask, why do I want to know if they got into multiple offers?
Because maybe they weren't priced appropriately. I mean, there's enough demand that
that's actually not that will satisfy a secondary question that I have, but it's not the primary question. Primary question is, are there still buyers floating around that would be interested in my listing because mine's very close to theirs? And do you know who that buyer is? Because I'm coming on market. You might want to communicate with them and bring them over, because if you had an unrepresented buyer and they didn't get it, bring them over to mine. So I want to know what's going on with the trending. So the first thing, it's um, acknowledge them, congratulate them on going under contract, ask them for the professional courtesy of, did you go into multiple offers? Then I always ask him, are you gonna, did you meet value, or going over or under, or where are you? I don't ask them what they got reported for, but I want to know, did they meet their list price? And they're like, no, 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 and then they usually tell me the whole story. And I'm very happy that they did, because it's going to help me, because then I can go sit with the seller and I can sell the seller, Mr. and Mrs. potential client. I spoke to these 3 listing agents, and although these properties came on market at this price, likely this is what they're going to be selling for. So we're not going to have a surprise then. Sometimes if you're just looking at the raw data and you see 3 or 4 properties that are pending and you see what their list price is, and then they get reported sold, and they get reported sold at $10,000 less, that can impact you, because you could find yourselves in an appraisal crisis. So exactly as Christina said, picking up the phone and calling those listing agents and asking the questions: did you get into multiple offers? And where did you end up on price? And then let them know that you're bringing a property to market, and that likely that they're going to be one of your best comps. And then, of course, the solds are your comparables. This is where you're going to derive the base of the range that you're going to come up with. But once you have the range, then you're going to filter it against what the active comps are, and take into consideration what you've learned from the trendings, because the active comps that you have today, they might be expired by the time you come on market. They might be under contract, or they might have done a price reduction, but at least the pendings are more of a stab in the dark, because it's probably frozen in time. It's likely that they're going to make it to the closing table, and we likely know at this point what they're going to end up getting to the closing table at, which is getting information ahead of time, which is very, very helpful. And if you are a listing agent, you start realizing just how important that information is, because none of us like to get to 3/4 of the way through a contract, and when the appraisal finally comes out, now there's a nuclear bomb goes off in the middle of your transaction. Now we're going to talk about some vocabulary words that are often used in the world of CMA theory and appraisal that I need you guys to be using, and at least understand when you hear these words if you haven't heard them before. And the first one is anchor. This is going to be a reference point that my next door neighbor's home, that property sold for $250,000 last month, and they're the same floor plan as mine. So now for your client, that is an anchor. And because, sometimes a client, you'll go and you'll sit at the table with them and you'll do a market analysis and they come back and say, well, none of this makes sense. The property there's a property that sold. I know, I saw the sign. I was paying attention to it. It's 2 streets over. It's right here close to mine. It looks exactly like mine from the outside, and it's not even on your comp grid, and it sold for 350, and you're recommending 300. And they're, why isn't even on your report? You must not be a good real estate agent. There's one thing that I will recommend that you always do, and I always do this 100% of the time, is I bring all of the comps on a piece of paper, sorted for the last 6 months. They don't get them. And I'm not saying the comps, I'm saying everything that's sold in the neighborhood for the last 6 months on a piece of paper, printed and stapled together. Why do you think I do that?
In case they ask, just like you said, then you have something to show them.
Yeah, this is going to happen to you guys at one point in your career, and you're going to think back to this if, you're engaged at this moment right now. This is going to save you some embarrassment. The client is going to be very hyper aware of what's going on in their neighborhood, and they're probably going to have an idea of some homes that sold nearby them that were 500 or 1,000 square foot larger than their home, having no idea that it was that much larger, and they've got a number in their head that's way outside the scope, and it's not on your comp grid, it's not in your CMA grid because it's not comparable, and they want to know about that price. And the only way you're going to be able to get to that price in that moment is by pulling out your laptop, hotspotting it to your phone, connecting to the MLS, searching for the property address, and then answering that question. And in that gap, it's thrown you off your presentation. It's taken you 5 minutes. They've probably gotten up and went into the kitchen to get something as you're trying to figure this out. And you're left in this devoid situation where during that time, they think you're an idiot. And if you have it printed out on the piece of paper, you can just go over to it and say, okay, let me take a look. 123 Main Street. Okay. The reason that I don't have it on my price grid is because they're at 2,600 square foot and yours is 1,900. And theirs was 143 a square foot. I'm actually recommending 155 a square foot for yours. And then it gets quiet for a moment. That has been objection has been obliterated. And that is the number one objection I get at a listing appointment is they have another comp that was not on my comp grid because it was nowhere near comparable. This is going to help you. So if the client has anchored themselves on a property that wasn't comparable, then you're going to have to re-anchor them onto something that is. That's going to help you a lot. Second is outlier. An outlier is a property that falls way outside the normal scopes for something. For instance, you do a CMA and you've got nine comps in your grid. And we're going to do this together, but let's say there's 9 comps in your grid and all of them are around 165 a square foot, except for this outlier that's 221 a square foot. And again, all of them are 160 a square foot, except for this one outlier that's 220 a square foot. And then this other outlier that's 130 a square foot, $30 less square foot. And this other one is $50 more a square foot. You do some research and realize, oops, I forgot to say no pools and it came up or something else, but you're going to remove the outliers. We typically never include outliers in our CMA. We're going to exclude the outliers, and there's always outliers. An outlier could be everything in the subdivision in your comp grid has 3 bedrooms, but one of them showed up as a 5th bedroom. That's going to be an outlier. You're going to probably push that out. Things like that. Typically, we don't do CMAs when it comes to the number of bedrooms. You've got 2 homes side by side, and they're both within 200 square feet of each other, and in the same year built. One's a 3-bedroom, one's a 4th bedroom. The 4th bedroom doesn't create extra value. It might for rentals, but it doesn't for sales because the builder typically, it's the same foundation. They both have a single kitchen. They both have 2 bathrooms, but one has an extra bedroom, which means one of them had an office and one of them had a bedroom, or they had a floor plan where all the rooms were smaller. And so those extra two walls and a door does not increase the value of the property because there was a fourth bedroom. So, and then if there's a fifth bedroom and everything else is third, we're just going to get the fifth bedroom out. Fewer buyers are looking for a fifth bedroom. We'll get into that in a minute. But just another example of what we call an outlier. A black swan, we've had a couple black swans happen in our market. And before probably Mega 14, I didn't have this in here until now. What are some black swan events that we've seen in our markets that are significant markets that disrupted things?
COVID.
Okay, COVID. What else? What happened after COVID?
In about July or August of 2022, the interest rates started going way up and the sales plummeted.
Yeah, so
Mm-hmm.
out of nowhere in a 4 month period, we went from 3.3% to 7. So it doubled and then it doubled and then it went up by half. And that had never happened before. So that would be a black swan event that disrupted the entire market. So we have these types of black swan events, but we also can have another black swan event, which could be a tornado that came through a neighborhood and destroyed a bunch of inventory items, or an event like the tariffs could be considered if that were to find its way to the marketplace. And then we have adjustment and baseline. An adjustment, it's always we're going to learn how to do adjustments today, and it's also something that agents struggle with often in doing CMA and CMA theory. You never adjust your comp. Your comp stays as it is. Or you never adjust your subject. Your subject stays as it always. You always adjust the comparable, not the subject. So your subject is fixed in time, and what you're going to do is increase or decrease the value of the comparable based on, you're going to reduce the comparable if your subject property was superior. If you have a 3-car garage and they had a 2-car garage, then you're going to reduce it. But if they had a 3-car garage and you have a 2-car garage, you're going to have to reduce the comparable down to what it would be if it only had a 2-car garage. So the adjustment is always going to be on the comps, not the subject. And then the baseline is normal. Kevin, you're
Yeah, sorry. So in that, making those adjustments, is RPR already doing that in their data, so taking the difference between a three-car garage and a 2-car garage? So do I need to make those adjustments in my comparison, or are they taking that as well on their number?
If you do a CMA in RPR, it's going to ask you what what are the property facts, and then what property facts do you want to apply to the comps and change the comps. No, RPR doesn't take into a drill down approach that way. They have a very wide range with a 5-star confidence on a specific number, and then you're going to drill into it. But their range is very accurate. So the actual RPR, actual price, that is what you're going to adjust when you're playing with the ranges. So adjustment, subject is fixed, the comps are adjusted up or down, and then when it comes to the baseline is going to be just the normal comps that came up in your grid. The original comp grid is what we call our baseline. Absorption rate is one of those words that agents think, oh yeah, I remember that word. Oh, how do I do that again? And that's okay. It just means how many homes sold last month, how many homes are on the market today. If there are 5 homes on the market today and 5 homes sold last month, then what is the absorption rate this month for those 5 properties? 100%. All 5 of those properties are going to sell in 30 days because you had, in the last 30 days, you had 5 properties sell. It's as simple as that. If there are 4 homes on the market this month, right now, 4 active, and only 2 sold last month, what does that likely tell you?
That a 50% absorption rate?
Which means how long is it going to take those 2 properties to sell? Keep going with that thought, Amanda.
Is that 2
30
months?
days?
Exactly 2 months.
Oh, it is.
So you're exactly right. So if this month we have 4 properties on the market and last month 2 properties sold, then that means every month 2 properties sells, which means it's going to take 1 month, 2 months for those properties to sell. It is simple as that. So if last month 4 properties are on the market, 4 properties sold, and you have 4 properties on the market this month, it's going to take 30 days on average. So that's what they're looking for in the absorption rate is how much inventory is on the market and what was the average number of homes that sold over the last 6 months. So it's really not going to look at last month. They're going to take the last 6 months and they're going to do an average. So last month 3, and the month before that was 2, and the month before that was 3. Then you're going to add them up and divide it by 3. That would be a 3-month absorption rate or a 6-month. But you're just going to take the average number of sales for the last 6 months so that maybe last month there was some weird event that happened that caused more people to sell their home. So they want to kind of span it over a 6-month period and then look at the active properties on the market and figure out how long is it going to take to absorb these properties. If in the last 6 months the average number of homes that sold was 5 and there's 20 homes in the market, there's a lot of competition, a whole lot of competition. And then I start looking to see how many homes expired and how many were withdrawn, because even those markets, there's going to be people that overprice their homes and they're not going to get any attention at all, probably no showings at all. And then price resistance. I like this idea of price resistance because I use this a lot. Price resistance is close to, you got a property in the 375s, you're going to have price resistance over 400. You price it at 405, that 400 is going to be price resistance bar. You're going to have people that the price resistance going to be a hard line that most people will have cut off in the MLS. They're going to start hiding that listing from them. They're not going to see it, and there's going to be resistance on that price. So when you're in the MLS and you're doing your CMA, you should be selecting all of your active comps, all of the pendings, all of the solds, and go back. And I like to go back more than 6 months because I like my initial data set. Remember, we call the initial data set the baseline. I like my initial data set to be more data. I'm a data analyst. That's what I did for many, many years as a software engineer. I like to have more data so I can at least see what was there, and then I like to feather it off so that I can start cutting it down. I would rather do that than have a really stringent criteria and have only a couple comps and have no idea what I cut out. So I'm going to go back further than 6 months, and then I'm going to start slicing it back if I have too many comps, which is helpful. So we're going to take a break at 11, maybe even now, and we're going to do together a CMA on a property in our market. And I know some of you are not in our market, so you're going to have to follow along your groups. A CMA trend, which is the grid report we're going to do together. I'm going to do one. I'm going to show you how it's done, and then you're going to do it yourself. So I'm going to need 100% participation. I'm going to need all of you doing this together, because you're all going to turn this in and you're all going to take the grid that you've done and you're going to copy it and you're going to put it in teams. We're all going to go to RPR and we're going to see what the RPR's RVM shows. You're going to take a field trip over to Zillow's website and you're going to see what the Zestimate is, and then you're going to grab the tax roll from the taxing authority and figure out what is the assessment this year, what was it last year, and you're going to print out the tax records. So we're going to do these 5 things together, which is the first 5 things that I do when I do a CMA on every single one of my listings. I have a video here from someone that you've actually seen before in class. But before we watch the video, which is going to be about 3 minutes long, do I want to do that? We're going to watch the video and then we're going to go and break after the video.
Listing agent, if you're going to be a great listing agent, you're going to have to master the market and learn how to price property. You've got to be better at pricing property than any agent in your market. You've got to know the inventory, and you're going to need to learn how to communicate in a way to position yourself to sellers like you're a true market expert. So I'm getting ready for a listing appointment tomorrow. I'm going to do a full-blown comparative market analysis. And I said, well, why don't I turn on the computer, give you a behind-the-scenes look? I'm going to show you guys step by step how I do my CMAs. And at the end, I'm actually going to do a full-blown seller's net sheet so you can see how I prepare for my listing appointments. Now, before we jump in, some things to consider when you go do a CMA or a comparative market analysis. You want to put your detective hat on. You are looking for concrete evidence, no emotion. We're looking at this through our logic brain, not our emotional brain. And we're looking to establish a price range. Too many real estate agents are trying to go into a listing appointment with the actual price. Well, I look at it through the lens of an appraiser. An appraiser doesn't go to the property and give the homeowner the appraisal amount on the spot, do they? No, they don't. They go to the property, they view the property, they preview the home, ask the seller some questions, do their research, and come back with an appraisal report. Well, as a listing
Jack,
agent, I
you
think you
cannot
should do
see
something very
anything.
similar. So what you're going to see in this video is how I establish the price range, how I prepare for the appointment in a way where I walk the seller through 3 pricing strategies. And then when I have a chance to meet with the seller, walk through the property, I come back to them a day or so later with my actual list price recommendation. And so that's what I recommend for you as well, because without actually walking through the property, I believe it's virtually impossible to come up with the most accurate price of a home by just what we can find online. So let's jump right up into it. And I'm going to show you guys exactly what I do. And I'm going to walk you through step by step how I do all my CMAs and how it all works. So let me go ahead and share my screen. All right, so here we are in my MLS. Now your MLS may look a little different. That's okay. I think you'll still get the picture as I walk you through this step-by-step tutorial.
He's also using
So the
Matrix.
first thing that I'm going to do is I am going to go check the public record of the property, and I'm going to grab some critical information.
Okay. So I think it's interesting. He starts exactly the way most real estate agents start. He goes into his MLS just like we do, searches for the property to see if it's sold in the MLS before, and he goes directly to get the tax records. How many of you start your CMA and the first thing you do is copy down the tax records? It absolutely needs to be the very first thing that you do. What's cool about what you're seeing here is across the country, most versions of Matrix, most MLSs are on Matrix, most of agents across the country are doing very, very similar things. So go into the MLS, start out by grabbing a copy of the tax records and pulling them down. So as we mentioned before, we're going to do 5 things. We're going to grab the CMA trend, the RPR, RVM, the Zestimate, and the assessment. We're going to do these 5 things, but the documents that we're bringing are out there are going to be the appraisal, CMA graph, CMA, RPR, assessment, and the Zestimate. So these are the 5 documents that we're going to take with us. But the 5 things that we're going to perform is a CMA trend, RPR, Zestimate, and assessment. Those are the 5 things that we're going to have. That's going to be our 5 pointers to our price. So that's what we mean by the multidisciplinary approach. The struggle that agents have is the right brain versus the left brain, the science versus the art. The people who are very blue, who like to learn the compulsories of doing a CMA, they're great on that side of it, but when it comes to the art, they suffer. And the people who are struggling with the blue side, they're good with the art side. Well, based on what I see, it looks like this, and then they're not going to take so much data into comparison. You're going to have to be open to doing both because this is part of science. The science of this is an art, It is the engineer side of your brain, the artistic side of your brain, and the storytelling, because you're going to have to tell the story of what has happened and changed price over time since they bought the home. I always bring the original MLS from the MLS from when they purchased, and I start with that one, and I start with it. And so in December 16th, 2021, you purchased the home for $204,000. At that time, the seller paid $5,000 of your closing costs. It was listed for $245,000, and you purchased the property for $240,000. So you got it for $5,000 under, and they paid $5,000 of your closing costs. That is how I come out of the gate every single time. I remind them of where they were when they started, and then we move forward from there. I find that to be very, very helpful. So when we get back from our break, we are going to do a CMA together on 4305 Chestnut Meadows Bend. This is going to be a property that is in Round Rock. It is what it is. I know some of you are not in Round Rock, and some of you have HAR, and some of you have MLS in maybe San Antonio, or even Netros for that regard. So we're going to do this together so that you'll be able to see the person who's going to be the group captain is obviously going to need to be someone who has MLS access and actress, who can actually break into the breakout sessions, share their screen with the breakout session, and do the work. So your breakout captain is going to need to have actress, which is unlock MLS, and they need to be able to share their screen inside their breakout session. So it is 10:59. We're going to go on break. We're going to come back at 11:10. And when we do, I'm going to put you in groups, and you're going to find out some information regarding that property. And then we're going to be going to about 10 different groups today. I'll see you back at 11:10. Okay. I'm going to put you into 4 groups. We're going to be doing a CMA on this property together. The first thing and I'm going to keep you in the same groups for today because you're going to be working together. So we have to figure out who in your group is going to get into Matrix. I want it to be someone who is pretty savvy with this so that they can walk their group through it. But what we're going to try to learn, I want you to find this property in the MLS, and I want you to answer these 7 questions. The subdivision, the number of levels, the square footage of the property, the year it was built, the number of garage bays, the beds, and the bathrooms. And this should be a very quick breakout session. It should not take very long. I'm going to put you in here for 6 minutes.
Jack, real quick. You said before break it was in Round Rock, but this says it's in Georgetown.
Yep.
Which one?
4305. It's on the border. It's right there on the line between Westinghouse Road, which cuts Georgetown and Round Rock in half. So
okay.
And another thing, I could not find it on the MLS. It's on the Central Texas MLS.
It is
also in actress.
It's in Matrix, Eden. We've been doing a CMA on this property for 6 years now.
I don't know why it doesn't pop up.
Okay, well, that's exactly why that's the purpose of the breakout rooms, Eden, is to get everybody in the breakout rooms and so you can find it together. So we're going to slow roll, and every step that we're going to do in breakout rooms together. But the reason you may have entered a city, like you still had said. So now let's make sure that I have the okay. I'm going to make sure we have Melissa, Eric, Melissa, Polly, and Isolette is in 1. Isolette has actress. Christina has actress, and she's in 2. In 3. Okay, I believe that everybody in each group has someone that is experienced enough to do that. Okay, let's come back in 6 minutes and let's see how we did. I'm going to do it together once we're done, but I want to see how you do. And Isabel, I'm going to put you into group number... everyone has exactly 6 people. I'm going to put you in group 5. And Ormsby, you want to update me?
Yes. Okay, so did you already talk to Tina? Because I'm gonna hook them up.
I already talked to her.
You did? Okay,
I
so she
told
knows.
him that I was going to have my video person contact him, and then I had her come in this morning. I responded to your message already. I asked her to come in today at 10. Last night, I messaged Tina and asked her to come in at my break at 10 o'clock, and I met with her for 10 minutes and asked her exactly what I wanted her to do. So I
Cool.
gave her his resume and sent her out the door with it. So she has his email address and phone number.
Okay, good. I told him I would hook them up, but I just wanted to check with you first. So that works out fine. Yeah, I mean, so his color chart, it
I
came
think
out.
he is blue and yellow.
So he's 32 yellow, 26 blue, 24 green, and
Yeah.
only 18 red. So he's kind of
He has
almost,
he has a lot of red.
he's 18 red.
Yeah, that's a lot of red.
Yeah. Well, I didn't really get, I
That's
mean, in a
exactly what I
way,
want. I want
yeah, I
blue,
got,
yellow, green
yes.
in that order. So that's exactly what I'm trying to hire.
So his pace, I asked him about, well, tell me about your normal work day that, once you got like your busiest, what does it look like and how do you handle it? And he seemed very structured, which is good, about developing, executing, and then doing his content calendars weekly, but it's for multiple clients that he was doing that for, not just one. So obviously he can handle that. I know some of the resume stuff. I asked him about what his knowledge was at all on real estate. So, he admittedly, like most of them, don't have a lot of background. So I just said, well, who do you think you would target? And his response was realtors and the consumers. And I said, break that down. He said buyers and sellers. So he has somewhat of an idea. He definitely, he's into building programs to help build the story and the culture, not just the product, selling the product. So I think that's really good.
Hello, Jubru. We are actually in a breakout session, so I'm going to include you into room number 6. So if you could accept that invitation, you'll be in that group for about 3 more minutes. Thank you.
And then he likes to share ideas and test them. And he says, I'm always out there looking for new ideas or new content. And I said, okay, well, you will be working directly with Jack. So just know we're all about that creativity, but you have to run everything by Jack. How do you feel about that? And he says, no, I'm totally fine with it. He says, I need to know because, I've not worked in real estate. I need to have all the direction that he can hand me. I said, okay. But he did say he does like socializing. He's not a hermit, but he's very structured. I'm like, okay.
Well, blue first, yellow second is exactly what we're looking for. Someone who is going to be social and want to go out to the events, and
Yep.
then green, which means they're going to have empathy and care. So you've got detail oriented, going to be social and outgoing with our agents. He's going to have empathy, which means he's going to care. And at the end, he's not going to be trying to take the reins. So that is perfect. We almost hired him when we hired Jeff. He was our second runner up.
Yeah. What's weird is he and I have the same percentage of red. Exactly.
And what's weird is he looks almost identical to Deandra's husband.
He looks a lot like him. And on that note, I did ask him about, well, tell me about your personal life, not to get too personal, but, just tell me a little bit. So
I
he
asked
has
him.
a girlfriend, he's getting ready to propose. And I
That's
said,
why
okay,
he needs 70,000 a year.
yeah, well, he's not going to get 70,000 a year, not immediately. And I told him, look, everything you do out there, yes, I'm glad you said that you're going to also target agents because that's very important because they're what pay our bills around this place. So we need as many of them as possible. We can't have them and feed them if we don't have, obviously, the marketing to our buyers and sellers, investors, landlords, all of it. So, and he's okay with working on the weekends and checking all the social media. He said, I do that anyway. It's like I work all the time, so it's not a big deal. So, well, that's great. And plus he can't get pregnant. I didn't say that, but that's a good thing. He seems driven. He likes what he does. So that's my takeaway. I saw no red flags.
Yeah, I have no red flags either, but they're coming back, so we will continue this conversation. I have no red flags either. I really want to know, I want to see quality of his work from Tina. That's going to be a very important part of this.
Yep. Okay.
Okay, so now that we're all back and this is behind us and the anxiety has gone away, always before we get into this topic, before we get into this, I always have two or three people. I can't find it, it's not there before we get into that group. And then you'll find out it is in Georgetown and it really is there, I promise. In fact, not only do I promise it's there, but I'm the one that sold it. So, I mean, I intimately know that it is there for sure without question. Okay, so let's do it together. Did anybody have any issues when you were in your groups finding the property? Who was a group captain for who are my 5 group breakout captains? Okay, we have Amanda, Isolette, Miriam, Indu, and Christina? No? Yes, and Christina. Okay, fine. Thank you. Did any of you not get the answers to the questions that you were looking for?
No, it was easy.
Okay, everyone, no, I'm talking about the groups you did, not the individual. Your group was able to get the answer, right? All right, so now I'm going to go into this. I'm going to do it with you so you can see from my screen. This should all look very familiar to you. This is something we've all seen a million times before, which is the under the hood of Unlock MLS. I'm going to give you a little bit of a tip that might help you. I always do one specific thing when I search for a property coming into it blind. Very first thing I do is I go to cross property search.
We can't see anything. Your screen.
Can anybody see my screen?
I can.
I see it.
Yes.
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 I can see it.
Okay, Eden, it's very possible that you have tabs up the top of your screen and you're looking at the tab of the people and not the tab of my screen. So click the other tab and then you should be able to see my screen. Okay, there you go. All right, so here we are inside of Unlock. When you hover over the search and you want to do a property search, you have the ability to do a residential search, a residential lease search, a residential income search. This is if someone's buying a whole duplex, a whole triplex, and they're doing it for an income property, not owner occupancy. A land search, a farm and ranch search, a commercial sale, commercial lease, or cross property. Cross property means it's going to search all of them. So I always start with a cross property search, and I always do the simplest thing first. I uncheck the statuses because I don't want any statuses. And then I'm just going to simply type in the street number and I'm going to use asterisks. I'm going to type in CHEST. I'm just going to enter star chest star. And that means that the letters CHEST exist somewhere in the address. Somewhere exists in there. It's a wildcard search. So anything can come before it and anything can come after it. And then immediately you see as the results 2 matches. So now we have 2 matches in the MLS. We're going to engage that search and we can see that there was a residential listing and then a residential lease. The listing was 2015, the lease was 2024. But the residential lease was a different property, but it did have chest in it, but not the property that we're looking for. So the only listing that popped up was this one from there. Let's just say we're going to be, we're going to go meet with a seller. And now the seller, we know that they purchased this property August 7th, 2015. So the first thing I do is that cross property search, try to find out if it's been leased. I'm going to find out if it's ever been leased along with this search, and I'm going to find if it's ever been in the MLS. So again, the important thing to do here is cross property, uncheck the status, and type in just the street number and then part of the street name with asterisks around it. Asterisks are also called wildcards. And when you do that search, it'll pop up. Now, as a tidbit, sometimes you don't want to go do that search again. If you click up here in the top right corner for recent searches, there's a list of all of the searches you've done before. And so here is the last one. So if I click it, it'll come back. So you don't have to keep doing those searches. You can go back and it saves all of the past searches that you've done up to, I think, 100 of the last searches you've done. And so then you can keep going back here and finding that same data set again. So step one for me is to click this. And then I've got this row of icons across the top. I'm going to zoom in a little bit so you can see them easier. We have the first one, which is view the photos. This is a map view of where does this property exist on the map. So you can click it, the map will pop up and you can see where it is on the map. You can see Westinghouse Road is to the north of it. Then we have the $ for realist. When you click realist, this is going to be the tax records. And this is where I always start because the tax records is going to give me a lot of very good information. Some information that we're going to really need later. I'm going to scroll to the bottom. I'm going to show you what piece of information that I really, really want more than anything, which is this mortgage history. This mortgage history tells me a lot. First, it tells me that the developer, let's see, do we have, nope, we have a 14 and so 14, 212,000, 15, 192, and in 2021 it was remortgaged. So there's been 3 mortgages on the property, one in 14, one in 15, and one in 2021. So it looks like they did a refi in 2021. They bought it in 15 and refied in 2021. So they have on June 17th of 21, they have a high balance of $177,000. So I'm going to teach you a little secret, and we're going to do this now because we're going to do it again because I know this gets people caught up a lot. I want you to take this website. I'm going to put it in our chat, and I want you to save this website because this is going to help you and it's going to make your lives easier as real estate agents. It's bankrate.com. Bankrate.com, when you click over mortgages, has this really easy to use amortization schedule. So I'm going to go and I'm going to visit ChatGPT for a second and I'm going to ask it a question. I'm going to go over here and I'm going to say, I could get this information out of Remind, but I'm not going to. I'm just going to ask it a question. What was the average interest rate for a conventional loan on 6/17/21? And it's just going to give me a quick little average. So we're going to say 3%. So now I'm going to take this over. I'm guessing that their rate was probably in the neighborhood of 3.5%. So what was the loan amount? $177,000 on 6/2021. So we go to the amortization schedule and we say $177,000. We're just going to dump in here 3.5%. And the loan start date was 6/17/21. So I'm going to go back. June, May, June of 21. Then I'm going to scroll down a little bit and you're going to see the schedule right here. When I click the schedule, I'm going to find my way to 2026 and I'm going to find my way to January 2026, and that's what their loan balance should be. This is very helpful because I'm going to do a break-even analysis because I want to know, are they underwater or not? So one of the analyses I'm going to do is I'm going to estimate their closing costs. So I'm going to take the price I recommend listing it at minus what I think their loan balance is, minus what their closing costs are going to be, and that is what they're going to net. And it's very important to me before I show up at their front door if they're going to be plus or minus. Now, things could have changed, but I usually surprise the heck out of them when I go out there and say, so your loan balance should be about 160. Is that right? Yeah, that's right on the money. Got it. And so I like to show up prepared, and if I find out new information, then I can take it into consideration. But I'm going to show you a couple of cool tricks that I've learned over the years, how to quickly and easily estimate their closing costs. Off the cuff, if you're sitting at a table and you have a calculator and someone wants to know what their closing cost is, all you need to do is take the price that you're going to take it to market for and multiply it by 0.0825, and that is going to be their estimated closing costs. It works, and it is so easy. You just simply take the property amount, the list price that you've recommended, and multiply it by 0.0825, and you're going to have within 1% their closing costs every single time. I do this, and I have a game that I play with Monica over at Key Title. And I tell her, okay, I need you to do a CMA. Here's what my number was. What is yours? And last time I was $17 off. That is how accurate. Her initial net sheet was way, way, way more off than my little rule of thumb. So it works throughout the year. Question, why do you think 0.0825 works? When you understand why, you start getting it. What is the biggest part of the seller closing costs?
Commission.
Okay, so that's 6% of the 8.25. So then you start realizing, okay, so what is the second biggest fee that they're going to get faced with?
Title policy.
Taxes.
That's right. And the title policy is about 1%. So between 3/4 of a point and 1%. So now we have 7%. And the other 1.25 is going to be their closing fee and the prorations of their property taxes based on where they are in the year. And it works out beautifully every single time. So it is a very easy way. So if you, for whatever reason, you have taken a listing at 5%, then obviously you're going to have to take that into consideration. Or if you've taken a listing at 7%, it's obviously going to be 9.25% now because you've messed with the commission, which is a huge part of it. So when you understand what this 8.25 is, it makes sense. It's the commission plus the title policy, and then the 1.25% remainder is prorations and the title fee. So again, very good rule of thumb. So now I have, just on cool hard math and going to this page, what the payoff is on their mortgage and their closing costs. And all I have to do is take the price that I recommend minus those two numbers. If I'm going to recommend they list it at 400,000 minus 160,000 is going to be their $340,000 loan balance. Net minus their $40,000 closing costs or whatever that number was times 0.0825. We're going to do all this math together. But before we get into the math, I want to show you guys where these things are coming from. So this is one of the big pieces of information I'm originally going for and looking at the mortgage history. And there's some other things I'm really very interested in, like whether or not they're in pre-foreclosure, which I'm looking at to see if they're in pre-foreclosure. And then I look at this number here in the value range. I want to see what the AVM is from Realist because Realist has their own AVM. So now I've got an idea. It's got a 95% confidence score on this AVM. And they have a range between 333 and 379 with a 95% confidence score in $356,200 as their AVM. We're going to look at this AVM. We're going to write it down. We're going to look at the RPR AVM and we're going to write it down. And the Zestimate and the Realist report. And we're going to take all of those numbers and we're going to write them down on a single piece of paper along with our CMA. And then we can start telling the story that comes along with it. So this particular property has a high probability of selling. And here's all the facts that it has in Realist, which is combined information from the tax roll and the MLS. So you'll see the square footage is different from the MLS than it is from the tax records. and you can see that it's got a two-car garage. A single bay garage is roughly 210 square feet, between 210 and 220 square feet per bay. So if you see a 200 square foot-ish garage, you know it's a one car. 400, it's a two car. 600, it's a three car. So you can look at the square footage and you can kind of get an idea of what's going on there. The number of stories, bedrooms, all of this information is coming from the tax roll. And then I like to know, what is this thing being assessed for in 2025? 2023, they assessed it for 379. 2024, it went from 390 to 350. And then 2025, it went from 350 to 380. So they ate back almost their entire gain from 2024 back to 2025. So I'm going to print this. I'm going to click this. I'm going to say quick print. And I'm going to click print. And now I have my property tax records here, and I'll open up as a PDF. Now I'm going to share my screen, and unless I can simply add as a tab, which is what I'm going to do. I want to add it as a tab here. Go away. There we go. So here is your realist tax in the PDF. And this is the very first thing that I grab with me. It gives me the owner's name and other pieces of information that I'm going to need as I go through this. So second thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go in here and I'm going to say the display. I want to print out the agent one-page report. So scroll to the bottom and I'm going to click print. I'm going to click the agent full. I want the listing and the photos, and I'm going to hit preview. Actually, I'm going to hit print, but this is the report that it's going to print. And I always print it to the printer. So now I've got my tax record sitting on a piece of paper, and I have my MLS, and I have those sitting at my desk. And I will go and get up and get them off the printer, and I will set them down next to me. And now I have the MLS from when they purchased it, and I have the tax records, and then I begin my work. And I'm going to take those out with me, and I'm going to even have notes on here. And I'm looking at the list price at the time they sold was $239, and then it closed at list price was $239.9, closed for $240. It was on the market for 81 days. The original list price here was $240. So list price was $240, reduced to $235.9, got into multiple offers, it closed for $240, and paid the buyer $4,000 in closing costs. So that is the gist of what happened here and with this particular property. Okay, so any questions regarding finding the property, using the cross-property search, finding the bank rate stuff, or downloading the MLS one sheet? Okay, looks like we do. So let's start with Polly.
Jack, I have a question. Maybe I got lost a little bit. Remember how you say you got the closing costs? So the closing costs say I'm sorry, the listing price say it's 400,000. You said multiply that by 0.0825?
Yeah.
Okay, I got 330,000. I'm
Well,
confused.
8% of 300,000 is not 300,000. So your multiplication is wrong. So, I mean, it's just 2% more than what your commission is going to be. So take 400,000 and multiply it by 0.0825, and that's what your closing costs are going to be. And it's just, 2 more points than your commission. So we're all pretty good at,
Okay, I
taking
got
a
it.
$400,000 home and multiplying it by 3%. We know it's going to be $12,000. So it's just going to be another $8,000 on top of that.
Got
Okay,
it.
good. Thank you. All
Thank
right.
you.
Excellent. Indu, you're up next.
Got it.
Why my hand is up? I'm sorry, I didn't have a question. Sorry.
Okay, no problem. Denise?
Which agent report is this that you just printed with the
Agent
photos?
full?
Full.
Agent
Got
full.
it.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Miriam?
Yes, this makes me feel good because so far this is very similar to what I do. But I'm wondering why start with cross property when most of the time, I mean, it is like, at least for me, most time it's residential and I just start with residential.
Because if it's been leased 4 or 5 times, I want to take that into consideration.
Oh,
I'm going to
okay.
print those leases along with it, and I'm going to print the MLS sheet for the sale and all the leases that came along for the ride.
Okay. I looked for that in the tax record too, but thank you. That makes sense.
Yep. So search cross property and then type in the address and you'll get all of the lease and all of the sales. That is my rationale. Isabel.
Yes, so what if the seller bought it new from a builder, now they want to sell? They're not going to have any of this data because they've never sold it before, or are they?
They will have the data, not in the MLS. So most, I would say 50% of the new home inventory is in the MLS anyway because they bought it from the builder new, but they still had it in the MLS. But if it's not in the MLS, it's still going to be in the tax record. So I'm still going to use the same process, except I'm going to go to search. I'm going to go to tax records. I'm going to go to tax search, and I'm going to type in the address here. And I'm going to find the property's tax record. So instead of going to the MLS and clicking the dollar sign that's for realist, I'm going to go into the MLS. I'm going to do the cross property search. It's not in the MLS. I'm going to say, dang, it's never been in the MLS before. I'm going to go to search. I'm going to go to tax records. I'm going to do tax search. And then I'm going to type in the same thing here that I did before, which is, I don't know why my little thing wouldn't go away. That was irritating. I'm going to type in the address here and then in the asterisks, chest asterisks, and then same thing, the results will be here. So let's just do it together just so you can see. 4305 chest. And then it'll show up here. There are 7 matches that are matching it. Um, and then here are all the ones that are matching it, but I'm really just looking for the Chestnut Meadows. And here is the APN or the parcel number. I click the parcel number and then I bring up the tax records this way. So I'm still going to find my way here, but I want to know, has this ever been listed in the MLS before? And sometimes they are, and sometimes they're not. So excellent question. Do you have any others?
No, thank you.
Okay, well, if you do, let me know. Denise, that's by accident. I'm going to put your hand, Denise. I'm going to put it down for you, lower hand. Mr. Mike.
Hey, Jack, on the realist tax, I might have missed it. What was the print screen that you had on that one? Was that just the property details page?
Yeah, so I do the quick print.
Okay. All right.
So
I just missed that.
when I click the dollar sign over here, actually, where's my MLS? Actually, hello, Matrix. Well, fine. I'm going to go to back here, go back here, click the dollar sign. When Realist opens, there's this little print option at the top, and I do the print quick, which is here. Drop it down and say quick print.
Okay.
Christina.
Yes, sir. Will you hit your home button real quick? So it shows your home screen from MLS when you log in. Well, now go to MLS. I'm sorry. When you log into your MLS, the screen when you're doing your searches, that first screen. Yes. Is there any reason? So my question is there any reason that you would not use
the quick
not showing up?
The quick bar?
Yes. No, not the quick bar. No, I use the search box, the one that's right there.
Yeah, that's what they call the quick bar. Yeah, I don't use it.
No, the one right below. No, the one below. Well, it says search. I use that one all the time because it will also bring me up the leases. And I just put the address, the street address, and the street name. And that's all I need. And it brings me up every instance of that property. Is there anything that would be missing from there?
I want a wildcard search, so I'm doing a specific wildcard search. So I don't know. I do it this way on purpose. So there are a million different ways. You don't have to follow my cookie crumbs, but as I teach the class, I'm going to show them my way, and then as they find their way, it's perfectly okay. And you're going to be taking CMA classes from lots of different people, Leslie Van Berklio, and all kinds of other trainers out there who are teaching MLS, and you'll find your way. I'm just showing you all mine. So
I
there's,
just wanted to know if there was anything that would be missing in that search that,
I don't know.
because
I don't
by
think so.
not using cross property, because I use cross property too. So that's okay. Just checking.
Okay, excellent questions. I'm going to move back to my slides. So we have successfully learned the subdivision, the levels, the square foot, the year built, the garage, the beds, and the baskets. We need those things. Now we have the MLS printed, we have the tax records printed, and we have what I call the compulsories that's needed in order to perform a good, healthy CMA, which is the area, the number of stories, the square footage, the year built, the garage, the beds and baths. These are really the only pieces of information that you really need to get your baseline comps. The baseline comps are going to be the initial query. Then we're going to be getting rid of outliers, and we're going to be, trying to get rid of, as an example of an outlier, the pool, or if our subject has a pool, we're going to look for properties with pools. But again, we're going to be looking for these four things: RPR report, tax records. I like to bring a file folder out there, and I always write their name on the file folder. I know that's old school. You might not want to do that. I always do still today. And I bring my file out there and I have my stuff paper clipped because I have found I have a digital listing presentation. They don't like it. They don't like staring at a screen. They like paper. They like to pick it up. They like to take the comps and put them in different files. They like paper. Just telling you, they like paper. You may like to do a listing presentation on an iPad. They don't like it. I've just over and over again. They don't like it. So I want to do business the way that my clients are going to be able to wrap their head around it. How many of you have ever bought a Honda? Okay. What did you find interesting about the buying process when you went and sat at the desk to buy the Honda? Do you remember? Their desk was a gigantic computer screen. And they could move pieces of paper around on it by clicking and dragging it and showing you the paper, and they could tap and go through the different pages. It is a very cool computer screen. So until you have that at your kitchen cellar's kitchen table, you're probably going to continue doing it the way we're doing it right now. I had a couple of hands pop up, but then they went down. Did someone have a question?
No, Jack, I was just saying I did just buy the Honda and I thought that was amazing. My mind was blown. I was like, oh my goodness, they've really stepped up their game with all that. So,
Yeah.
yeah, I wish I did have something like that, like an iPad that I could do that with. That'd be great.
You call the seller. Mr. and Mrs. Seller will be replacing your kitchen table temporarily for my listing appointment on Thursday. Okay. So the reason I have the file folder is because I write their name on it. I get in my own head and I'm thinking about the comps. I'm driving to the neighborhood ahead of my comps and walking the vacant comps, and I'm walking the amenity center and driving the neighborhood to see what the standard curb appeal is. And I'm never going to be even a minute late. I like to show up to the property, open the door, lock the door from the inside so my horn doesn't go off, so all the neighbors aren't peeking through the windows. And then my seller I think their neighborhood's not safe because I got to lock my door. So I'm even conscious about that. I try not to slam my door, but kind of close it quietly. I never show up with my magnets on the door because I don't want to drive in with a big sign that they're selling their home, because likely they haven't told their kids, likely they haven't told their neighbors. So I'm trying to be very cognizant about that. As I'm walking up to the front door, I'm looking at the shingles to see if I see any sign of wear. I'm looking at the curb appeal. I'm looking to see if the shrubs are higher than the windows. I'm looking to see if the window shades have been turned silver from the sun. Do they have the spiral light bulbs in the globes out in front of the garage? Is the garage dented? Does the sidewalk need to have power wash? And I'm walking with a pretty quick stride, so I'm taking mental photos as I'm walking, and I'm looking at about 6 different things as I'm walking. So I'm not stopping and looking around and inspecting their home. I'm getting out of my car very cautiously. I'm guessing that they've probably saw me park. I'm expecting that they saw me walking across the street, so I don't want them to think that I am objectifying their home, but I am taking mental note, because when I sit with after my listing agreement is signed and we're talking about what's needed to properly prepare the home for market, I'm going to start going through and giving them my list. And in the back of my head, I have a very long list. And if you can't put that list together in your head, then you're going to need to do that on the back of the file folder. But what happens to me almost every single time is I get to the front door, they open it, and I can't remember their name because my brain has just gone through a whole whirlwind of things. So
Okay.
I look down on my file folder. Hi, June. Very nice to meet you. so that I will never be in that awkward moment where they're like, "Hey, Jack," and I'm just like, I don't like that. So I save myself from that happening because I've been so hyper focused on everything other than their name to this point. Now, when I need it, I hadn't really practiced it. So that won't happen. And then I stand there kind of like a vampire. I don't come in until you invite me, kind of thing, but not quite that awkward. But they'll usually invite me, and I'm like, great, thanks. And then I always ask the very first question: shoes on or off? Whether or not they have shoes on or off. Oh no, no, you're fine. Or no, I appreciate that. There is a large percentage of people who do not like it when you wear shoes in their home. It's disrespectful and it's all the things. So ladies, be prepared for that, meaning that you probably don't want to be walking around someone's house barefoot. So you might want to have little socks that you can have in your purse or whatever those are. And guys, don't have the 1980 white sock that's got yellow stains and your big toe sticking out of it, because that's not going to look good. Get yourself some decent socks, nice looking professional socks. Okay, I got some hands on that one. Indu.
Can we wear shoe covers like, the ones that we have in open houses?
No.
No, we have to take the shoes off.
I'm not going to say you have to do anything. I'm going to say that if your seller does not like shoes in the home, that I'm going to match them and make them feel comfortable in their home because I'm the guest. And if they ask me to take my shoes off, I'm going to be prepared for that. And I'm not going to have an argument with them at the front door asking if it's okay if I simply put shoe covers on. I'm not going to do that. So I am going to take off my shoes and be prepared for that. And I kind of know because there will be evidence of it because there will be 36 pairs of shoes laying around all over the place. So, I mean, you can pretty much guess what's going to happen when you get to the front door. But I want to make sure also that you get yourself some slip-on shoes that, look nice, that you don't have to wrangle with and make it difficult to get your shoes back on. All right. So this is why the file folder. Long explanation for a very simple thing, but I've got their name written on the outside of the file folder. Inside the file folder, I've got the tax records, and I've got my RPR report. So here, I'm going to break you into groups again, groups of 4. We're going to do this before lunch. I'm going to break you into groups of 4. Find the following information for 4305. We've already done this. I've already done this. What I want you to do. All right. So you've already done this breakout session. It is 11:57 and it is lunchtime. So what we're going to do is break for lunch. When we get back from lunch, you're actually going to get put together in groups and you're going to do the first CMA. It is 11:57, so we got 3 more minutes, 2 more minutes actually. Eden.
Yeah, I noticed that there was the bath. One screenshot that you had showed 3 and one shows 2. And it's supposed to have 2, right?
Yeah, it's supposed to have 2. So if I have a typo on my slides, I'll go back and fix it. Thank you for
No
letting me.
problem.
Thank you for letting me know, Eden. Okay. All right, everyone. It is noon. Let's go to lunch. We're going to come back. Well, as soon as we get back from lunch, we're going to start with the CMA portion of it. So excellent place, excellent stopping point. I'll see you all back at 1 o'clock. Thank you, everyone.
We'll go to lunch.
Have a good lunch. I'll see you soon. It is 1:04. Welcome back. Where all the fun begins. Okay. We are going to perform a CMA together in the same groups that you had before, and we're going to see what you all came up with. But first, let's go over what I call the compulsories or the rules of thumb. Earlier today, we talked about a CMA having part art, part science, and part storytelling. So I'm going to tell you the scientific side of it, the engineer side, the nuts and bolts of what the criteria are, the hard rule of thumb. And then that's the next thing to apply is sort of the artistic side, which is your ability to use your good reason in determining what are the best comps to use based on your analysis of the subject property. That is going to be condition, that kind of thing. So area is the most important. We're going to start with area. I like to start with the subdivision, and I always use wildcards. Remember, the asterisk is a wildcard. So if it is Terra Vista, I'm going to do Terra space Vista, even though it's one word. I'm going to assume that real estate agents just went hog wild crazy with their keyboard when they were typing it in, because we don't have a master category list for subdivisions in most areas of Texas, meaning that the subdivision is a free fill, type what you want field. And that can be very dangerous. We often see some communities having multiple names and multiple established names. And we see that all over Austin. And we'll see some agents for Round Rock Ranch put the Round Rock Ranch, or Round Rock Ranch, comma the, or just Round Rock Ranch. And so or Round Rock RCH. If you're doing an exact search, then anybody who had a variation, they're not going to show up. So when I show up for my CMA presentation with my client, typically I find more comps because I'm using wildcards so that I get as many comps as I can, because one missing comp can be a really big deal. So I always use the wildcard search. So for here, I would do star, Terra star, Vista star in the subdivision field out the gate. I'm going to start with the subdivision using wildcards. If there's way too much information there, then I'm going to grab the elementary school, because the elementary school is probably going to be less information. And if I had started with the subdivision and there was no data, then I have to figure out how to expand my data set. And the rule is, in an urban setting, if you are in a downtown, very urban setting, then you're likely going to stay within the same block. Or if it's a condo in a high rise, you're not going to be able to leave that high rise. It would be a CMA kind of an appraisal kind of scenario if you can't pull comps within the same complex typically, or definitely within the same area of town. But you don't go out a mile in an urban setting, but you do in a suburban setting. So in a suburban setting, if you don't have enough comps, you can go out a mile, but you have to be very careful that you don't cross over any natural divides, like another city, another school district, another municipality, because that could drastically change things. And within a mile, you're going to have different subdivisions with different products in them, different ages, and you have to take all that into consideration. So you're trying to find the subject property that matches. So highest and best is always same subdivision. And with a master plan community like Terra Vista, likely there's not going to be an issue finding comps. There's over 1,000 homes in there. But I'll tell you this, Terra Vista is big, and Terra Vista does cross over some major divides. There are some homes in Round Rock in Terra Vista, and there's some homes in Georgetown in Terra Vista. That means there's different school districts. That means there's different municipalities like water companies, and you should limit the comps that are going to be outside. So if you're in Georgetown, you should try to find Terra Vista Georgetown comps. If you're on the Round Rock side, then you should try to find comps on the Round Rock side. It is going to be difficult for a real estate agent to know how to make an adjustment on a municipality and a school district. That's going to probably be outside the scope of what they're reasonably going to be able to do. So that's this conversation about area. If you're rural, you can go 12 miles. If you're rural, sometimes you can even go regionally, as long as you're not markedly leaving a soil type or a region that you've got plains here, or you've got trees here. If you're completely going outside the soil type, then you're going outside what an agent would reasonably be able to do. Any questions regarding area before we move on to the filters for size? Melinda.
So do you put, I'm just, probably you're saying this, you put all of these markers as you do it, not just one and then you fill these all out. Is that right?
Well, That's a good question because actually, I will do the area first, and then I will look to see what's there, and then I continue filtering them one after another. But you're right, at the end, everything will be one big filter. Exactly right. Kevin.
Do you use the map, drawing a map, rather than the input of like Terra Vista in the event somebody's misspelled and you've missed that?
If I am devoid of comps, I will. But what happens more often, and this is a shocker, but the agent clicked the wrong area on the map. And more often did they click the wrong area than you have the wrong subdivision. So that's why I really focus in on the subdivision with wildcards.
And the wild cards, can you explain that just one more time? Because I wasn't quite tracking with you there.
Okay. So the wild card is a way to do instead of an exact match. So if you have Round Rock Ranch and I type in Round Rock Ranch without any special characters, round space rock space ranch, I'm going to get an exact search. So if someone typed in Round Rock RCH instead of
Right. I got you.
RANCH, it's
Yeah.
not going to show up. So, and then sometimes people will add the or not add the or put in a space or not put in a space. And so then I'm trying to take what I think is probably the root word, get rid of the word the and
Yeah.
all that stuff and figure out the root word. And then I do wildcards. But sometimes there's words like Terra Vista and maybe some agents have one word and some maybe they put
Hmm.
a space in between because they just don't even know. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a wildcard search before the word Terra Vista. So if they
Gotcha.
put it'll show up, or if they put in a space, it'll show up. And then between Terra and Vista, I'm going to put a star. So if someone put a space there, it'll also show up. And then I put um, a wildcard at the end
And you're talking about asterisk
because
when you say that, right?
that's right.
Gotcha.
Shift,
Got it.
shift, shift eight on the keyboard. And the reason why I put the asterisk on the end is a lot of agents click the button that imports it from the tax records, and you'll see Terra Vista Section 1 in the subdivision. And then if you are Terra Vista and I type in Terra Vista, it's Terra Vista in section 1, it's likely not going to come in. So I'm really doing my best to make sure that I'm extracting it. And then I'm going to look at the city and I'm going to look at the area because I haven't limited by anything else yet. And there might be a Terra Vista Grand Hyatt somewhere in Austin, right? And all of a sudden it says a different area and um, a different city. So I'm being very careful because then I'm wanting to make sure that I get all the comps. So that's what I mean by the wild cards. Dominique.
Do
And
you
I'm going
have
to
a
show
pre
you that in a second.
Okay. Do you have a preference for when we're putting together our listing, what source we use for the subdivision name?
Well, I think it should be accurate. Do I have the source? I'm usually looking in the tax records in the MLS.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Me too. Okay.
All right, so I'm going to change over to my screen. I'm going to give you an example real time of doing a faster. Okay, so let's do Terra Vista. So I'm going to come right into the subdivision field and I'm going to put the asterisk and let me do this little magical thing so that you guys don't have to squint and do that. So now if someone put the word the in front of it, I will get those. If they made it if they put a space or something in it, I will get those. And I'll get if they put like a section or a phase after it. So I'm going to remove the active because I want all of them. I'm going to be very closely paying attention to this down here of how many. And so based on this search, I have quite a lot. So now I am going to play with my statuses. I'm going to grab active, active under contract, pending, and I'm going to go back. Let's just grab 200 days. We typically don't want to go back more than 180 days, but if I have a lack of comps, I'd rather go back further than go out further. So sometimes it's more relevant to go back a little bit further and lean in on the close date than lean in on going out a mile. So in looking at this, I have how many matches? Pay attention to that number. because now we're going to change it and we're going to see, does this make a difference? Well, how much did it change?
You lost
Five.
5.
By 5.
By 5. So there's 5 little listings pointing out there and we have to go and look in each one of those to find out what they did to make it different. But let's go and see exactly what it was. Let's click the results. And everything does actually look like Terra Vista. So the only way that you're going to really get the gist of what happened.
There was a 9.
Mm-hmm. So here is why one of them. So I would definitely exclude that one because that is one of the 5 that was extra. So it came from an artifact of what I did, which I don't want. So I would exclude this one. And this one is in Austin, so that's easy to filter out by that. Terra Vista section. So here we have Terra Vista section 330, Terra Vista section 7. You should not ever put the section in the subdivision. That's not the subdivision. The subdivision is Terra Vista. So I get it that, you're trying to tell people what section you're in, but we already know that from the legal description. You should never include the subdivision section in the subdivision field. And a lot of agents are doing it because they're automatically pulling it in. And here we got it right. I'm looking to see through these 80 if anybody, you can see sometimes they're spelled wrong, all uppercase, all lowercase. A lot of them have sections after it. Okay. Here we have a bad actor. The gardens at Terra Vista. It's still inside Terra Vista, but here we have gardens at Terra Vista, and then here we have gardens / Terra Vista. You see what's happening here? If you're paying close attention to that field, here we have gardens with a hack. By the way, we call that a hack. And then I'm going to go back one, and here we have gardens at Terra Vista, and go back one more, and we have Terra Vista section 21. So you start seeing a little bit of a pattern of what people are doing, and because this is a text field and they can just go type it in hot in there and put whatever they want, we call it GIGO. Does anybody know what GIGO? Who are my data nerds? What does GIGO stand for?
Garbage in equals garbage out.
Garbage in, garbage out.
That's right, 100%. Garbage in, garbage out. So we have to account for the human element. So that's why I feel like it's really important to make sure that you are properly using wildcards in your searches. Okay, so as I mentioned, I'm going to go back to the slides. We're going to first start with area. I want to start with wildcard search of the subdivision. If I have way too much data, and to me, too much data would be, 200, 300 listings, and that's going to be too much for me to sort through. So I'm going to grab the elementary school to see if that helps. And then that will help me get really relevant comps in that area. And then if it's not enough, then I'm going to go back to the subdivision again. But if I started with the subdivision, I don't have enough, and I'm just doing a raw search of everything in the last 200 days active pending sold, and I've got 3. It's not going to cut it. Now I'm going to realize, okay, I'm going to have to do something different here. I'm going to have to zoom out and look at other areas. So that's the area conversation. The size. So no less than 10%, no more than 20%. In terms of a plus or minus. So that can be a big deal. So let's say there's a 2,000 square foot home. 10% is going to be 1,800 to 2,200, right? 10% of a 2,000 square foot home is 200. So if I do a plus or minus 2,000, you get 1,800 to 2,200. That's pretty standard. But I might start with 20% and whittle that down, which now we're looking at 1,600 to 2,400. And that's actually a pretty wide range. But can I say always go 15%? No. And the reason why we're doing this 10% to 20% thing is because it's a big difference when you have a 900 square foot home and you're trying to grab 90 square foot plus or minus. That's not going to be enough. You're going to need to push that out a little bit more because there's not going to be that many closely related homes. So you've got a lot of homes in Austin that are, 1,200 square foot, 1,100 square foot, and you're probably going to have to apply a larger percentage to those to find some relevant comps. Whereas you've got the 5,000 square foot in Green Ridge and Round Rock, and all of a sudden, you're going 4,000 to 6,000. That's way too much in that regard. So you got to play with it, but remember, it's going to be between the 10 and 20%. You're not going to push those boundaries, so that's going to be the bracket based on the size of the home. Now, another rule of thumb, style, and I'm going to call the style this number of levels. There's rules, and we have to keep to the rules. Otherwise, you're going to get the wrong answer. And one of the rules is same number of stories applied to the same number of stories. You are not going to mix product. You're not going to apply a one-story home to a two-story home. If your subject property is a two-story, you're not going to include a one-story comp. You're not going to include a one-story comp because those single-story comps sell faster and for more. And so now you have a comp that's going to affect negatively your grid because you have a higher performing comp in there, which is likely going to give you pushing the envelope in listing high, and you don't want that. So there is a notion of a 1.5 story. Someone tell the class in your definition of what is a 1.5 story house.
I can say what usually it's mostly, like, for all intents and purposes, a 1 story, but upstairs there's like a big flex space. Usually it's like a game room or loft or something like that.
Okay. Thank you. All right. So if you're walking up the stairs and it's all open like a game room, then that would be considered a half story, even if it has a bedroom. I mean, no, scratch that. Even if it has a bathroom. And I don't care if it's a half bath or a full bath. It's a 1.5 story if you walk upstairs and there are no bedrooms upstairs. There can be a bathroom, and oftentimes there are. But if you walk upstairs and there's even a single bedroom and a bathroom, you are dealing with a 2-story home. So that's what the definition of 1.5 story is. So you can very easily and without any heartburn or issues compare a 1 story to a 1.5. Because reasonably, the 1.5 story means all the bedrooms are downstairs. And that's what they're trying to deal with on a 1 story is all the bedrooms are downstairs. The only thing upstairs technically is another living area. And sometimes people want that. So when the grandkids come over or when the kids can play, go upstairs and play. And all you do here is the pounding of feet going back and forth every 13 seconds. But at least, the kids have their own place to play kind of idea. And so those two things are comparable. And oftentimes the builder has the exact same floor plan and it's an option to put a half story up to have the game room up and it's just more expensive. So you can still compare those two things and then you're going to have to adjust for the improvement. Versus a 2-story to a 1-story, there's a true 2-story. You're never going to compare those two things together. Now, in the same conversation, something that is just as important and it falls just inside the 2-story homes. We have primary up and primary down. And that is a very, very big deal. I have clients all the time telling me the same story. I'd prefer a 1-story, but if it's a 2-story and the primary is down, I'm all right with it. A 2-story home with the primary up almost is functionally obsolescent in Texas. People don't like it. So it's going to take that home a longer time to sell. Now there are certain communities, and that's how they built the whole thing. So you're great because you got lots of comps, and it is what it is. But the builders, the buyers like the single story first, the 2-story with the primary down second, and and lastly they're like, okay, well, if I have to, and if I find that the primary is upstairs on a 2-story, then I might remind them, hey, I just heads up here, living in this home, in this particular house, the laundry room is downstairs. Just FYI, that's gonna be hard on life. You don't realize it until you've lived in it, if that's gonna be the case. So, okay. So we're not gonna compare a two-story primary down subject property with a two-story primary up comp because you're going to get the wrong answer or vice versa. So take that into consideration. And sometimes you don't have any other comps and now you're having to deal with that. It's not a fun thing to deal with. I would rather push the envelope back again and try to go back a little bit further and make an adjustment for time than an adjustment for a completely different style of home where the buyer pool has been reduced. But in the back of your mind somewhere, you have to be telling yourself, ooh, this is going to reduce the buyer pool. And when we reduce the buyer pool, then that means that it's harder for that home to sell. There's fewer buyers for it. And over here, it's the entire buyer pool is interested in this home, right? So your typical, single story home, the majority of the buyers completely open for this home as long as it, was available for all the financing types. So that is what is in my brain as I'm doing this. So we've talked about area. Now we've talked about size. Now we've talked about style. One story to one story. When you're dealing with the two-story product, if my subject is a primary down, I'm going to be maybe okay with getting a two-story up because it's showing me the bottom level of where I don't want to, it's the bottom level. But if it's the opposite is true and my subject property is a primary up and I include a bunch of primary downs, I'm going to overprice and I'm going to get the wrong price. And so I don't want to overprice. That's the danger I'm trying to stay away from. Now, the next thing in terms of style is that you're going to go new to new, resell to resell, and you should not mix those two ever. And no, if the home has ever been lived in, it is not new. So sometimes people are in a subdivision, for instance, and they're competing against the builder. They're first one to sell. It's a year old, and the agent thinks, "Well, I'm just going to compare this to all the new home construction because it's only it's only a year old, and I'm good to go." Unfortunately, we can't fix the world's problems. We can't overcome the world we live around us. And sometimes you're competing against a builder and the builder has reduced the price, offered better incentives. They're now offering, 6% in commissions, a 3% in buyers closing costs, buying down the rate to 3%. And here you have this person who wants to sell their home and the builder has 5 homes that they're trying to sell. And now this one home seller is trying to sell. The only advantage that the seller could possibly have in that scenario is that someone can move in 30 days and the builder has inventory that might not be ready yet. Maybe the builder has inventory and the next available property that someone can move in is 90 days. That would be the only advantage that you have in fighting up against a builder. So we tell people, when you're up against a builder like this and you're buying a new construction and you're the first one to buy in here, or it doesn't even really matter, you bought at some point and they have not yet closed out, you need to wait for them to close out before you should really think about selling this home. And I tell my buyers that it's great to buy a new home, but you're going to be competing against a builder until they close out. All right, I saw a few hands come up on that, and I usually do, so let's get the questions on this one. Damien.
Yeah, just real quick. So, back east, they have what they call ranches. Do they have those out here in Texas where you walk into the landing and you walk so many stairs up and half of the lower is like half in the ground, like basement?
We do have some. I mean, in Texas, when you talk about a ranch, they're talking about a single story. And it's interesting because I don't know why, but the Indian community will always call a single story home a ranch. They will never call it a single story, but they're the only ones that seem to do that. But historically, a ranch equals single story. If you have a split level where you walk in, you go a couple stairs up here, and there's a living room, and down a couple stairs, and there's this thing going on here. We've got a lot of homes that are built in Austin, Houston, Dallas in the 70s that have that kind of split level, but it is very rare in today's market that has a home that's less than 15 years old that has that kind of style, unless it was custom built that way.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
And we do not have basements in Texas. We're going to learn about that in our new home construction class. Whether or not a home is built with a basement has to do with the frost line. When heavy freeze, the frost line is how deep in the soil is going to freeze, and then when it freezes, things expand. And if that happens, the home is going to get pushed up. It's going to concave, and then it's going to convex and concave, and the foundation is going to be split. So they literally have to remove all of the soil out from underneath the house, so the house doesn't get lifted 4 or 5 feet off the ground, and sitting on a hill in that scenario. So whether or not they have a basement is 100% based on the frost line, and we don't really have a frost line like that here in Texas. So style, again, single story to single story. If you have a two-story that is a primary down, you can have a two-story with a primary up comp. It's going to be a property that's going to show up on your lower end of the pricing spectrum, but you should never do the converse, which is I have a two-story primary up subject property that I'm listing, and I'm going to grab a comp from a two-story with a primary down. I'm not going to do that because it's going to mess with my higher up end, and I'm going to list wrong. I'm going to list high, and I don't want that. I can't have that. Versus 1.5 can be compared to a one story, and new to new or resell to resell. That's going to be the rule. And again, if you're competing against the builder, they may have to lease out the property, because if they have to immediately sell, they're either going to have to take a loss, most likely. Now, if the subdivision has been building out for 20 years, likely, well, I mean, even Terra Vista took 10 years to build. Those first 10-year-old homes that kept going up and up and up, and by year 8, those people who did buy initially actually had equity. So it just depends on if we have a black swan event, like rates going from 3 to 8%, or a COVID event, which really just changes the market conditions drastically halfway through, which certainly could happen, and we've had some of those in the last 10 years. Okay, now moving on to pool. If your subject property has no pool, I recommend as part of your grid say no pool, because you just want to filter those out, because it's going to show up as an outlier, and off the cuff you're looking at your comp grid and you're like, why is this one 225 a square foot when everything else is 150? It just doesn't even make sense. So then you go back and you say no pool, and all of a sudden, like, aha, there's an aha moment there. So if your subject property does have a pool, I know a lot of people get wrapped up on what is a rule of thumb on a pool. And I hear lots of crazy things like, well, a pool on average will net 15% of its original value. None of that is true. Do you know how you determine what a pool will affect value? How an appraiser goes about it? They do 3 CMAs on 3 homes that have pools and 3 homes that don't, and they look at the delta between them. That's how they do it. And they do a CMA with the improvement. So here are 3 homes that are similar that had pools, and then here are 3 homes that did not have pools. And let's see. Now, some subdivisions, higher end, maybe pool is standard in most of the homes. Maybe you got a subdivision and 60% or 70% of the homes in the subdivision have a pool. The fact that you don't have a pool now is actually going to hurt you. Now, in some ways, it actually helps you, but it hurts value. But you're going to come in with those property values lifting up, because, rising tides lifts all ships. It's going to help you because you're on the lower side. So those values are lifting up your value. And you're going to be on the lower side, which means you're going to have a bigger buyer pool, but you're not going to have a pool. And so you're going to have to debit you're going to have to make an adjustment of not having a pool. Whereas if your subject property doesn't have a pool and everything else in the neighborhood doesn't have a pool, you're just simply going to not have any comps that has a pool. And then fee simple. You're not going to mix the products. You're not going to mix condo and resale, condo and fee simple. Inside subdivisions, sometimes you have condos, and inside Terra Vista, there is a section in the middle that's gated, that has lock and leave condos that are lock and leave properties that are all condos. And so there's a fee simple button that will move you out of the condos, because those are a completely different line of product too. So geographic competency is a big thing. Knowing your areas and knowing the subdivision and what's in there very much helps. But as you're doing the CMA, be looking for, are there any condos in here that's messing up my value? And look at the data to make sure that all the data is at least conforming with the styles around them. And then we have age. I try to stay within a 10-year age gap. So if the home was built in 1990, I'm grabbing 10 years each side. These are the typical rule of thumbs. But if you have a home that is, a year old, I'm going to be looking for newer comps. If I've got, 10 years is the most I would go depicting on a brand new subdivision. Sometimes you've got homes that are in an inner city, and those homes were originally built in the 60s, and now you have got this huge of 1960s that are been remodeled, 1960s that are in original state, and then the actual remodel was done to the extent that it actually affected the actual year built from the appraisal district, which not all uh, remodels or flips will do. All right, so I have a couple of hands here. I'm going to go in the order that I saw them, which was Melinda, Miriam, Isolette, Denise. Miriam, you're up first.
Okay, and so as far as condos, probably about 6 or 7 years ago, a lot of developers got really creative and started building single family home neighborhoods
We call
as
them garden
condos.
homes. We call them garden homes.
They're not I live in one of them. It's not a garden home.
Well, the Austin Board of Realtors back in 1990 created a garden home idea where you had single family homes that were completely detached, that had a unit number, and driving through the neighborhood, otherwise having small streets and small sidewalks, you could not tell the difference between that and a typical home. And that was the definition of a garden home.
So the garden home has nothing to do with the size, because
That's right.
my house isn't really what I would call a garden home, but
Yeah. So these were just detached condos that look like houses. Gian is a big builder of these. They build a ton of them. And the only way you can tell the difference, other than, driving through the street, you see unit numbers on the front, 1, 2, 3, 4 versus, your 5-digit number. But how you really
yeah,
determine them is going into the tax records and seeing, is it percent in interest or is it a lot block section track?
yeah, I'm talking about homes that have their own address.
Mm-hmm.
They aren't addressed as units or anything like that. And they look just like Walnut Creek is one. My neighborhood, Edgewaters, is one. Trying to think of some. I can't think of any off the top of my head.
So all I said, Miriam, was that some of the communities, how you can tell is it having smaller streets or having no sidewalks, and there are very small sidewalks, or having unit numbers like 1, 2, 3, 4. The address on the front of the house is a normal big stone pillar, but it starts with 1 and it goes through. Those are some of the telltale signs. But there is no difference between a condo and a fee simple. It's not anything to do with the dwelling. It has to do with how they subdivided the land under it, not the dwelling that's actually sitting on it. So
I
you,
understand, but as far as getting comps,
okay. So
um,
again, condo to condo or fee simple to fee simple, we're not going to go outside it. Even it looks like a house and it's completely detached, and you go out and a mile away there is non-condo land. We are not going to mix those two products. Isolet, you're up next.
I just wanted to kind of comment when you're preparing a CMA to take the time and, if at all possible, go to the community and make sure that you're comparing what you think you're comparing. One of the things that happens in my community here at Kissing Tree is some agents will classify a condo as a single family residence and they put it into MLS that way,
Yep.
and then they close it and it gets recorded that way. And if I didn't know better,
Yeah.
since I live here, I do, then
Yeah.
I would accidentally pull comps that actually aren't really comparable.
Yep.
And, so you're trusting the MLS data, right? But you also need to know what you're doing. So you need to not rush, and you need to, if at all possible, go to the properties that you're using on the comparable, if it's a community that you're not familiar with.
So, and to that end, when you look at our 1 to 4 family, it says not for condominium use on the top of our 1 to 4 family because they don't want condos on there. When two agents opposite a transaction put a condo, garden home style property on 1 to 4, it is void and certainly voidable, but void based on it. But I'm going to tell you the truth is that a buyer and a seller could write a purchase contract on a napkin and take it to title and close it just by the sheer goodwill of each other. But if one of the parties objects and they want to enforce the agreement against the other, it's non-enforceable. And our job is to create an enforceable agreement. We're going to talk a lot about that on my Master the CMA day when we get towards the end of this class today. Not the Master of the CMA, but the buyer and the bulletproof contracts. Sorry, on week 4, Monday, we're going to talk a lot about that. But yes, you must drive the neighborhood. When we talk about that in our Monday class the next week as well, about how important it is to drive the neighborhood and drop off the pre-listing packet. And during that time, you're going to be able to look at the product, look at the outside, look at the curb appeal, and determine whether or not this property is going to conform to what all of the other comps are based on a visual inspection of it when you're driving by. I agree with that very much. Denise and Isabel.
I worked for a custom home builder for the 78704 zip code, and we were buying homes that were dated 1960s and then building 1.2 on the front and then a smaller version on the back and calling them either a separate address or they were going to be ADUs back there. And how would you even begin to do a comp if that person decided after spending that kind of money that, oh, I don't think I want this really contemporary vertical, I don't want a shared driveway anymore, so I want to sell it. You've got such a mix of high-end, on one block, and then your neighbor's still in 1960 land with this huge lot.
Yeah, I mean it's just that. You're always going to do your CMA on highest and base use of the land. Most of the time, that's going to go into a multiple offer situation on what developers are trying to buy that property to tear it down. So they're looking at what is the cost of the land, and then what is it going to cost to remove this home. So that the actual property that's 1960 next to a $2 million home, the actual dwelling, even if it's in good condition, is actually subtracting value because they're trying to figure out how much it's going to cost them to remove that house, remove its foundation, and build a new house on it. So it depends on who you got to figure out who your buyer is and market. So you're going to do your best to market the property and bring it to market at the right price, and then you don't know if it's going to be an investor. I've had situations in Austin where I had a client say, "I do not want this house sold to an investor. I want someone to move it into it and love it."
Oh my. We had a guy that ended up buying the entire city block, and it's more like a compound because I wish I was on his list. He built new homes similar to his, like the whole city street. All his friends lived on the same block, and he built all of them so they could all be together. It
Okay,
was
so
weird.
I know that this process is going to bring up a lot of thoughts in your head, and we're going to have a lot of questions. But what we're trying to do right now is create the rules of thumb about what it is that we're about to do, which is we're going to do a CMA here. And I'm trying to create the foundation so that you guys can go to your breakout sessions and have the rules in order to go in there and start pulling the data. So we've talked about area, size, style, pool, garage, fee simple, and age. And these are the rules that go back, if you go into and you look at the appraisal book, the appraisal guidelines, we follow the same rules that the appraisers do. New resell to resell, one story to one story, and trying to get a differential in age that's no more than 10 years, trying to stay within 10 to 20% of the square footage, never going past a mile unless you're dealing with large tracts of land that sometimes themselves go past a mile themselves because it's 80 acres and it's a mile and a half across. And so if it's a cookie cutter, traditional subdivision, start with a subdivision with wildcards. If you have too much data, you're going to grab the elementary school. If you have not enough data, go back to the subdivision and then try going out a mile if you need to, if you don't have enough data. So this is the basic rule of thumb. And this is a dog ear one because these are things on the scientific side of things that you just have to learn the rules because these are going to be filters. There's a difference between a filter and yourself making an adjustment or removing, filtering. These are the hard filters. These are going to apply a filter, which means the other listings are going to disappear, and then you have this. And then once you have the initial results grid, the base, then we're going to be determining which ones stay and which ones you're going to use and which ones you're going to get rid of from that point forward, which is where the art comes in. So we're going to start with the science, which is just this. So now I'm going to put you back in groups and we're going to search for comps for 4305 Chestnut Meadow Bend. And in doing the comps, here's back to the data set. I'm going to put you in your original groups. I want you to search for Terra Vista, single story home, apply everything that you've just learned to the comp grid, and then pull the comps. And when we get back, how many comps do you have? And I want you to tell me the range of your comps from low to high. We're not gonna go through and drill in to do a CMA yet. All I want right now is the base comps, and then when you have your range completed, I want you to put the low to high in terms of sold price. So we're looking now on the sold. You're gonna have the active, you're gonna have the pending, you're gonna have the sold. It's all gonna come up. But I want you to grab the sold ranges, okay? And remember, active, pending, sold, and I want you to go back how many days to start with?
180.
200. I want you to start with 200.
200, okay.
Yep, we're going to start with that. Okay, breakout rooms applied, and I will see you back. And I gave you 6 minutes last time. I'm going to give you 9 minutes this time. Not 19, 9. No, I'm going to give you 8 minutes because I know that some of you are going to be really fast on this. All right. You got your breakout rooms assigned. I'll see you back.
Can't see my break.
Okay, so looks like a lot of you disappeared during lunch and I don't know where you are. So I'm just going to have to just assign you randomly.
And don't forget Sarah's on twice.
Well, this is going to maybe affect people because they may have been a captain. Isolette is there. Where is Christina? No, Christina, you have to be in too. Sorry. There you go.
And there's just Donna. And
Donna.
Sarah's on twice for some reason.
Who?
Sarah.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to put Sarah in 4 so she's together.
Somewhere. You have Sarah under 4, room 4.
I have both of her, but she didn't accept it on the room here.
I wish you could like force it. That's the one thing I don't like about this.
No, I guess you can only put in a waiting room or remove. Okay, welcome back. We are taking baby steps through this. So just know that we're going to walk through this step by step by step. And so I know you're going to have questions that are sort of that are coming and answered later in the process. So I'm going to try to push back on those and focus on the present moment, and then all will be revealed as we're going through this. Was everyone able to see the presenter screen and come up with a base set of comps? Okay. Group captains. I don't see anything in the chat with a range. please go into the range and enter the range that you had, because I'm very curious, and how many comps. Group one, who's the captain out of group one? That's Eric, Janice, Melissa, Polly, Yana, and Isolet. Is Isolet the captain? Okay, Isolet, how many comps did you have in your grid?
Sorry, I'm trying to close screens and get away from the other one and come back. We ended up with 10 comps. And I just now got back to where I can enter it into the chat, but do you want my value? Do you want the values?
Your low and your high range and just the number of comps. Exactly right. Okay. Thank you, Isolet. Excellent. Group two, Christina, Denise, Eden, Jocelyn, Mohammed. Christina, are you the captain in that group?
Denise was kind of the captain. I had the screen share. So whichever you want, I can.
Okay, the person who's in charge of the screen share. How many comps did you have?
14.
Okay. And please enter into the chat the total comps you had and then the low to the high from the solds. Not from the active or pending, just the solds. Okay, good. Thank you. Group three, Aki, Charles, David, Donna, Amanda, Mike. Who's captain? Who was sharing the screen?
We kind of have a co-captain
Yeah,
deal,
we're sharing
but
the screen.
I don't have the
Who was sharing the screen, Charles?
I have the share screen.
Mike has it.
Mike? Okay. Mike, how many comps did you guys have in your comp grid?
We came up with 6.
Okay. So please put 6 in the group chat and then your low from the sold comps, the low and the high. And the reason I'm asking for the person that had the screen share is because they still have it open on their screen and they can actually know how many comps you actually had versus the other people don't have it in front of them anymore and might not remember. Group 4, Indu, Jeru, Kevin, Sarah, Veronica, and Chen. Who was the captain out of 4?
I had the screen share and I was the captain. Jack.
Hold a minute. Okay. How many comps did you have in?
So I just wrote how many we had. We had, after considering all the criteria, we had 3 comps, but before the criteria, like not considering active and all those, then we had 3 comps. But when we considered active, pending, and sold, we had 20 comps.
Yeah. Okay, good. So you had 20 in your grid and add to the chat your range from low to high from the sold. So the number that you have in your grid and then the range of just the sold. Good. Thank you, Indo. And group 5, who is the screen share of 5?
I was the screen sharer. I'm going to admit I'm not as good at using cross property, but since that's what you're teaching, I want to learn how to do it too. So I was a little bit slower than
I'm sorry if there was confusion there. I don't do cross property when I'm pulling my comps. I only do cross property at the very beginning when I'm doing my initial search for the property so that I can find it and print out the amounts and print out the tax records.
All right, thanks for saying that because I work a lot better in the residential. So I was working a little bit slower than normal. We came up with 3 closed comps, a total of 6 in our grid. The 3 closed comps ranged from 369 to 380. And then we kind of ran out of time to go back and expand it a little bit more, but that's what we came up with.
Okay, good. Thank you. So group 1 was 332 to 412. Group 2 was 319 to 412. Group 4 is 319 to 369. Group 3 was 319 to 450. So interesting that a lot of you had 319 as the low. Some of you had 332 as a low. Some of you had 369 as a low. So we're not doing an analysis yet. We're just trying to figure out what is our grid. This is the initial data set without applying any human filters to it, just hard data set and rules. Okay, so now let's do this together. I'm going to share my browser. And so let's do it together and see what we get. I'm going to go to the residential search. Of course, because I have Teams on screen share, it actually it bogs my system down a little bit. All right, so let's log in here. This is an old search, so refresh it. Okay, good. Okay, so first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to click single family residence. The first thing I do, because I want to get rid of the condos out the gate.
Yeah.
How many of you did that? Good. I'm going to go down the line and click all of these, and I'm going to change this to 200. Are you all with me there? Okay. I'm going to scroll to the bottom and I'm going to say no primary pool. Maybe some of you did that. I'm going to grab my single stories here so that I have just my single story. Now I'm going to go to the subdivision. I'm going to do this so that I grab that. And then now I'm going to apply a square footage. Now, what was your range in square footage? Did you do 10% or 20%?
10% lower, 10% higher.
Okay, I would agree with that. It's 1822, so it's going to be 1600. I always go to an even number. So it's 1822. So instead of going to 1622, I'm just going to start at 1600. And then I'm going to go to probably 2050.
Yes.
That's what I would do, and that's how I calculate my 20 my 20 or my 10%. I try to go back to even numbers. Now, based on this search, I come down and I have 20 matches. I haven't addressed the issue of Georgetown versus Round Rock yet. So I'm going to look at the map and you're going to see that this Westinghouse Road right here, you don't know unless you just happen to know that this is the demarcation point between Round Rock and Georgetown. So this line here, anything north of it is going to be Georgetown, anything south is going to be, and what's interesting is that this road right here is the subject properties road, and it's actually south of Westinghouse Road because it's not, they for whatever reason, they grabbed a little chunk of this right here, and they included it in the Georgetown side for whatever reason. So when you're looking at Terra Vista proper, here you have the outlet mall, and this is all Terra Vista in here. Then you cross University, and this is not Terra Vista, but all of this is Terra Vista. And then you cross over Westinghouse Road, and you've got all of this Terra Vista up here. So, and this little section here, but none of this is, and none of this is. So you start getting an idea that this little chunk up here, right here, is its own little area. So if I address for that and I look at my subject property, which is what city?
Georgetown.
So I'm going to just go ahead and do the results grid. And in the MLS, it gives you an area, RRW, or Round Rock East, RRE, and GTE. And so this is going to be the Georgetown. So you're going to see that there's going to be fewer Georgetown comps and then RRE. So you have the ability to go GTE and pick Georgetown, or you have the ability to just enter in the
Georgetown.
But I'm going to do Round Rock because I want to check Round Rock and I want to see if any of them have the area GTE. I just like to check it, and none of them do. So that's good. So I know that none of them are, just
included in them.
Go back to the criteria. Okay, any moment on unlock. Okay, so then I'm going to dump Round Rock, put Georgetown back. And based on this criteria, I have 9 matches. And I have 1 active, 2 pending, and 6 sold comps that are in my grid. Okay, so now we have our grid, but we had lots of great dialogue and lots of great questions, but we ran ourselves into a break. So it is 2:03. I owe you a break. We're going to go to break. We're going to come back, and then I'm going to put you back in your groups, and I'm going to have you dial in a little bit and start refining your value to see where you all end up in the 6 different groups. And guess what? You're going to have 6 different recommendations to the seller. It always works out that way. That's where the art and the science all comes in. All right, so it's 2:04. Let's come back at 2:14. Okay, so what did we group one? Who is my sharer?
Isolette.
Isla. I said 2:14. Is that what I said? So we got 3 more minutes. Is that right? Am I coming
Yeah.
back too soon? Okay, cool. Well, we'll just kind of hang out here for the next 3 minutes, and this is a good opportunity to ask, off-topic questions or things that you guys are thinking about while everyone's on break.
Well, Jack, what I wanted to say is that with all the years that I worked back with the year, the only thing, everything is exactly what you described when it came to the year gap. I put 2 years back and 2 years front, meaning that's the gap, not more than that. But it worked really well. I don't know. Did I do wrong? Am I supposed to go the 10 years?
There's really very little difference in a 2006 and a 2008 and a 2010 home. There was a big difference. In about 2006, styles changed. You go to 1999, you're dealing with a lot of Formica, a lot of linoleum, and a lot
Yeah.
of brass. You get into 2003, went to brushed nickel and granite, and it's come different style of home. So that 2000 and, two, all the way 2003 to 2006, 2008 to 2010, that whole area of time, that decade was very similar. So I find that kind of decades kind of stick together and they have like product in them. So part of just geographic market, doing lots of open houses and being out there and seeing the different styles and getting familiar with it. But you're really trying to figure out how you can get like product together. I am not going to do a CMA where I only have a 2-year gap between age. I would never do that.
I don't know. It always worked well. I'm just saying, like within that, it's true. Everything you described is 100% true with the differences of the years. But so I guess nowadays 10 years is the same. I guess, yes. It's not bad to go that much.
Hey, Jack.
Okay, we are back. Hi, Christina. Did you have a question?
I didn't want just real quick. I think you might have just said something about this, but I was away from my computer. The 10-year thing, did you mean plus or minus 10 years on either side, or the range was 10 years?
Typically a range of 10 years.
Okay. Thank you, because I think there was misunderstanding there. Thank you.
Yeah. I typically find that properties grouped together by a 10-year age gap, the low being, 10 years from the high, is acceptable. And you start getting over that. Sometimes you have to extend out a little bit, but here I know Terra Vista, we've got 13, 14, 11, and 16. I'm likely not gonna make any adjustment on age here. I didn't make an adjustment on age. I don't see that it's necessary. So if I had an outlier in like a property that was, 2006, I would be looking at the photos and I'd be trying to determine whether or not I'm going to nix that out of here. But currently, with what I see in my grid, I don't really see the necessity to do that. So we're going to go back to our breakout sessions here in a moment. So you did this, you applied your uh, basic criteria for it. Based on the criteria, there were some other things that we talked about that you may or may not have applied, which is pool and city and getting rid of the condos. Those are things that we should apply, but I don't know if your subject has a pool and that kind of stuff. So let's go ahead and apply those things to it. And then the next thing we're going to do, well, So how many comps? Are they relevant? Are they close to square footage? Are they recent? Same number of stories? And what are their upgrades? So I'm going to share my screen back and we're going to go and we're going to look here. I see the sold price range from 170 to 216. That's a pretty big gap. But if I look at what's in the middle, I see 180, 180, and 180. I see a very tight grouping in the middle in one that's 203. So I'm going to be looking at this 170 and asking myself the question, why? I'm going to be looking at this 216, asking myself why, because as far as I'm concerned, this is the definition of an outlier, and this is the definition of an outlier. And I'm trying to figure out why they're like that. And then I'm going to be looking at the square footage. So here we have 1800, 1900, 1900. This one's a little bit bigger, 1600. This one is starting to look like a little bit of an outlier, and this one's a little bit of an outlier. The truth in square footage analysis is the smaller the home, the higher the square footage. The bigger the home, the lower the square footage. It has always been that way. So when you have a 1600 square foot home in the same grid as a 2000 square foot home, you're going to need to make an adjustment for size. And so the price per square foot on this 1600 square foot home and on this 1600 square foot home, it would be expected that that's going to be a little bit bigger than your 2000 square foot homes. So I've explained this outlier here based on the size. This property is 1800 square foot home. I'm guessing that there's something going on with this home. Initially listed, it was on the market for 270 days, and that's also very often the case that the home that was on the market the longest is the property that had the lowest price per square foot. And it's when we look at that property, I'm guessing that we're going to see a long history of price reductions over those 270 days because they price themselves out of the market, which is very helpful to take that example because it seems like there's always one. You print out that history and you print this out here, and I'm going to just tell the story. We'll see this home here at 305 Rock Mill Loop. They were, again, 340 was the list price at sale. We're going to come down here, and they initially listed at $393,000. And then at some point they came down to 340, and then they sold for 319. So now if I really want to see what really happened, I'm going to look at the history. And yep, just as I thought, there's a long little drama story going on here. They listed in October for 393. And then 96 days later, they reduced to 386. Then on day 110, 378, 373, 378, 364, 356, 350. Now it went on hold. And they decided they're going to figure out what they're going to do for whatever reason. And then they went back active about 3 weeks later. So could have been a sick kid, who knows what, but they went on hold for a moment. Then they did another price reduction to 345 and then the 340. Then they went pending while the price was 340 and the actual sold price was 319. Now, if you were looking at this comp and it was pending and the pending price at 340, what might you think?
Long option period and discussion on repairs and stuff.
No. If this property was pending at this time at 340, what would you might think? Christina?
You might think it was going to sell close to that. You certainly wouldn't think that it's going down all the way to 319 unless you pick up the phone and speak to them.
1,000,000% right. The expectation is, oh, cool. All right. So here's stuff in the market right now is trending. They went under contract at 340. So most of the homes are selling pretty close to asking price. So the expectation would be that, somewhere, 335, 340, something like that. But it would be a surprise to learn that this thing sold for 319. That would be a surprise. So again, a very good reason that if this was pending when we did our CMA, we would be calling the listing agent, hey, did you meet value? Oh, no. Oh, really? What'd you come in at? Well, they got 319. And there would be like 5 seconds of silence on the phone. You're like, wow. Was there a material condition? No, they just had to sell it. Got it. Or however that conversation goes. But, this is no seller wants to have this happen to them. They don't want to fall into this particular trap because that is just not a good place for a seller to be. And then, we kind of look at the condition and the photos of the property outside, no serious evidence of deferred maintenance. Inside, the walls are clean. I don't know if this is virtual staging yet. Virtual staging. So I know that that flooring is not going to be the most popular color, but it's certainly not untrending. We're going to go through and just see, what can I see about this home? Nothing about it is scary, but it's certainly not a $400,000 home in the photos at least. All side masonry, which is pretty standard for that subdivision, but this isn't a situation likely of a home that had a material defect. It's bad pricing. And again, no amount
Price.
of marketing and advertising will ever overcome what? Bad
Price.
pricing. So then one of the telltale signs is no buyer closing costs and $2,500 in repairs. So not only did they get hit with a sell price of $319, but the repairs came in at $2,500. I'm not going to include this in my comp grid. I'm going to get this out because this is not going to be indicative of what I want to see happen. But I am going to take this out there and share the story of what happened to this seller with my client, Amanda.
Is it common for price reductions to happen every month like that? I've never
That's
seen that before,
bad.
but I haven't been doing this for very long, so I was just curious.
If you're a builder, that's their style. Builders are going to be doing incremental price reductions continually over, up and down, up and down, up and down, all over the place. Some listing agents have an idea that, oh, if I push the price up or down by $5,000, it's going to re-trigger an email to everyone in the client gateway that says, price reduction. So they might be thinking that they're going to use the MLS as a spamming engine to try to get this back into the buyer's inbox. But is it standard? No. Is it something that I'm going to look out and try to do? No. Um, they priced wrong and they let that story unfold.
Thank you.
Yep. And I mean, at least the good news for the agent is that, the seller stuck with them through it and worked with them all the way to the closing table. But as far as I'm concerned, that is a failed listing. That was a 100% failed listing to have that happen. That's not quality work. And I certainly wouldn't want that under my name. Okay, so that gives us a good idea of what happened. So let's look at the rest of the comps, because some of the things I really like to look at when I'm in my comp grid is what was the list price versus the sold price. So we've got 389 to 370, 388 to 369, 400 to 380, 337 to 332, 354 to 348. So in every single case, in looking at what happened in the last 200 days, we have 36 days on market, 83 days on market, 92 days on market, 147 days on market, 173, and 270. And all of them had price reductions. And these guys started with a price that was, almost 400. I'm going to do the same thing in every single one of these. I'm going to go down and say, where did you start? They started at $427,000. They ended up reducing to 389 and they sold for 370. So let's look at the history here. Not same kind of scenario, not as many price reductions, but they also had a hold right in the middle of it too. 427, 422, 417, 415, 410, 405, 395, 389, 370, and 147 days later, they finally sold it. And 147 days on market is kind of a long time. I mean, that is kind of a long time. But they still were able to secure a $186 a square foot number. So when I look at this 180 and then I look here, and that's very interesting that this has 0. Usually it'll say 0 days on market, not just null, which is kind of a weird one, but I'm guessing that this was listed today if I had to guess. 1/7, that's weird. List date was January 7.
Is it a flex listing?
It's a flex
It
listing.
would have to, well, I mean, I didn't select flex, but it would have to be coming on market.
It's a flex.
It's a flex, yeah. So here we are. They came on market at 370 and still at 370, $186 a square foot. Now let's look at the other 300, the other 189 a square foot, or 180s, which is 417 Briar Park, which is, by the way, the same section. So this one was originally listed for 425, or they reduced it to 400, and then they sold for 380. So at the time, I know Michelle, past president. At the time where these were listed, we had a lot of properties listed between 400 and 425, and all of them were closing for less. So you've got quite a story here. And then now we're going to look to see what happened here. We have the list price 339, original list price 379. They listed in August. They've gotten themselves down to 339, and now they are under contract. And they've been under contract a while, because you would see a little. They went under contract on the 2nd, so they've been under contract for 14 days. So that's a very good sign for them. Most likely they're outside their option period by now. I doubt they have a 14-day, more than a 14-day option period. So Scenic Drive is looking good. I would definitely call the listing agent. Come over here. Let's see what we've got. Original list price was $349. On market for 43 days. They listed in November 13th and reduced to 349. So they didn't have any reductions, and they were able to get it under contract in 43 days. And they didn't try to touch the 400 price point. But again, this property is a little bit smaller. It is in the 1,800 square foot range, or 1,600 square foot range, really. Now let's look at Sunny Meadows. 370, 370, flex. Okay, so I'm going to put you back in groups, and I want you to feather your grid until you get your grid down to a good subset. And then I want you to look at the photos of each one, and I want you to determine how you're going to reduce these comps down to what you would consider relevant comps to the subject, because some of these obviously you're going to have to pull out of the comp grid. And we want to have no less than 3. I like to bring 6 or 7 sold comps. I like to tell that story. So I'm not happy when I have 4, 5, or 6 sold comps, because I don't like that. But our grid already has 6 sold comps. So there's some times where you'll do the unthinkable, and you'll reach into the regular subdivision and see what's in there to see what comps are going for anyway. So we might reach back into the Round Rock side of Terra Vista and just to take a peek back in there again at it goes on. But I want you guys to now apply the art to all of this. I want you to decide whether or not you're gonna reach into Round Rock, because remember, I would rather stay in the same subdivision and go back a little bit, or stay in the same subdivision and go over a divide, then zoom out and go into another subdivision altogether. So I'm gonna probably look inside the pool of what's going on over there, because likely there's 4 sold comps here that is likely going to be actual comps that you're going to want to hold on to, that's going to help you with this. This means you're going to need to look closely at the subject property. Now, we haven't had an opportunity to walk the subject property. So the very first thing that your group should be doing is going to the subject property and looking at the photos and getting an idea of what's there. Once you have that, then go look at the other properties and try to get rid of the properties that you think that should not apply. I'm going to give you more time. I'm going to give you 15 minutes in your groups for this, which is a really long time. Look at the subject property, look at all the photos, and then decide what you're going to do, whether you're going to tap into the Round Rock side of Terra Vista, and then pick the comps that ultimately are the ones that you're going to use. 15 minutes is enough time to do that. Okay, same groups. And you should have your group captains ready. Are we having fun? You know who's
Absolutely. We believe. Eric said, we believe.
well, you know who is having fun? The Blues. The Blues are having fun. This is all up the blue alley. Okay, let's start with group one. Eric, Janice, Melissa, Polly, Yana. How'd you do? What did you do? Who is my? I'm guessing it's Isolette, right?
For group one, yes.
Okay, cool. So what'd you do? Did you go
Okay.
into Round Rock?
We didn't do that. We stayed with those 9 comps. We had actually done that before. We before we had come back together the last time, we looked at everything on a map, and because that's kind of what by practice I typically do earlier on is get things a little bit closer. So we looked at everything on a map and we honed into the homes that were the closest, but we ironically still ended up with the same list that you had. So we we already had everything that was in ours were all in the area of GTE. So we went straight into looking at the properties and looking at the um, subject property photos and comparing what they had and they didn't have. That's what we did.
Okay, good. So, what did you refine your range?
We did refine our range. So we ended up with one active, one active under contract, one pending, and 3 closed to compare.
Okay. And did you pick a number?
As far as what it would sell for,
Yep.
the average.
No, not for
Oh,
what it's to sell for, but what you're going to bring it to market as, the list
okay,
price.
okay, so the average that we would list out would be at about 360.
Okay. Thank you, group one. Group two, what did you come up with?
We had a little tighter window. We got it down to 3 solds. We could have included the others, but we got a little short on time, even though it was 15 minutes. It went really, really fast. We had a range of 369 to 380 with probably a list price around the 370 mark.
Okay. Isla, put your recommended price, group one, colon, price, Christina, group two, colon, price. I want to track these, 186 to 213. Okay. Group three is Aki, Charles, David, Donna, Amanda, and Mike. Who's the captain going to be at a group three? Or who is sharing the screen?
I was sharing screen again. I think Aki's going to be the captain on this one, though.
Okay. No, okay. D- uh, Go ahead and give the numbers because you have them on your screen, unless someone wrote them down.
We narrowed it down to 5 using that original list. We did expand it out to Round Rock initially just to kind of look and see what was going on with the prices in that area as well. With that area, we noticed the same trend. Prices were going high 400s and then they were dropping down again. We did find one outlier. Come to find out that outlier happened to be on a golf course. So probably why it was an outlier selling at 393. We came down to 5. We did not discuss a price point to list the house at, though.
Okay. Good enough. Thank you.
Oh, no. Ooh.
Group four.
Hi, Jack. So we had 7 that we considered, 7 comparables, which are 1 active under contract, 1 pending, and 4 closings. Actually, 5 closings, and the price range came to be 332 to 380. And we could not discuss the price estimate, but we were about to discuss it after looking at the pictures about the flooring and the staging and all that, but we couldn't do it.
Okay. Group 5.
Yes, so we ended up with 4 Um, we would have probably eliminated the smallest one because it was a little bit of an outlier and gone to see if there was any in Round Rock that we should be looking at instead, but we ran out of time. So our range ended, we're really at 369 to 380. One of the homes was pretty more upgraded than the others, so we would list at 370.
Okay. Thank you. All right, so we have, I'm trying to get your numbers here. We have a 370. Christina said 370. Miriam said 370. Group 4 didn't create one. Isolet said 360. All right, so we can see probably pretty important to stay out of the 400s. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, so we're gonna stay clear of that. And I always like to know what that number is, dollar per square foot. So let's take $400,000 and divide it by 1,822. And what does that give you in terms of square foot?
Sorry, what?
Should be 219 a square foot, yes? 400,000
Yes.
divided by 1,822. So we know that we're going to stay way away from the 219 because we know that this home is not going to sell for that. And we see comps as low as 170 a square
186.
foot. And I think that 170 a square foot for an 1,800 square foot home. Do we think that we're going to beat that? What is 170 a square foot times 1,822?
Three oh nine.
309.
740. So
So we
310.
So we know that that is also not going to be a thing. So now you have your hard brackets to stay out of that. So when I look at, I just wanted to play with the data a little bit. So I did a couple of interesting things here with my own data. I noticed that there was a couple of 2.5 car garages. Did any of you notice that? So if you get rid of city, what I did was I tightened up the square footage a little bit more and I cut it down to 2 car garage and obviously no pool. And then I just kind of want to see what I have here. I may or may not do that, but this is what I ended up with. And I see a low of 179. 170 is my outlier here. And I really feel like these are outliers. So I'm feeling like you're looking at a 170, high 170, low 180 kind of a range. And so what does that look like? What is, well, this is what I would grab with me right here. 180 to 210. That is a pretty tight range. So someone take 180 a square foot, multiply it by 1822, and someone take 209 a square foot and multiply it by 1822. And what range do you get?
So 180 is 327, 960. So around 328.
209 times 1822 square feet is 380, 798.
Mm-hmm. So I feel like that's going to be your highest. You're not going to want to go over 380. That's going to be the price bar. So now you got to figure out based on the 380, you're going to now take that 380 and you're going to go look at what's active. You have to look at what's active when you go on market with a 380 price. And then you have a three properties here, 1916, 1854, 1863, 1874. You got these three actives. You're gonna then take your listing and apply it against the price. If I priced it for 380 and this property is on the market here currently right now, what do you think is going to sell first, this property or the subject property?
This.
I mean, this is a little crazy. So, I mean, they've done this to themselves, but but because that's not gonna appeal to a lot of people. You've got, I mean, if anything, they were going to upgrade. They should have left this alone and put in stainless steel and left the floors alone. But I don't even know if that refrigerator is real. It just doesn't even look right. But this is a very atypical home. So this is one of those outliers that they've um, decided to upgrade their home with such a very specific taste that they're paying for it on market because they just kind of went with a very uh, very specific taste. This is all in all a very, very, very similar
Yeah.
property.
Yeah.
In fact, it's the Blue Bonnet plan.
Oh,
So
wow.
I would look at this and I would go and I would take a lot of time playing with this particular property on market at 370, on market at 370, and I would be looking at this and I would be putting some heavy emphasis on trying to figure out how can I sell before them. So now it's preparation for market and pricing it correctly. I'm going to put you back into your groups for 8 more minutes. And the final thing I want you to do is pick a price. Each one of your groups, I want you to pick the price.
Yeah, Jack, can I ask you a question before we split into the group? What made you take out, I cannot see it now. There's a black screen in front of the screen. Okay, yeah, thank you. What did you think of, why did you think of taking the ones out that you said were above certain price range? What is that thinking?
This particular property was that one that was on the market at 400 and came down to 340, and I feel like I took this one out because of the listing history of that one. I feel like that one is gotten. I would definitely take this one out. I might
Yeah,
not take this one out, but this one I'm not going to. I'm going to consider that an outlier because of what happened, and I'm not going to include it.
yes, that we took out. But the other three you said that were above 380, so 400, because they were closer to 400K, that's why you took them out.
I haven't taken anything out. I just told a story of what I would be looking at, but I haven't picked a
Okay.
price. And so you guys are going to go back into your groups and you're going to all pick a price with your grid. I want you to look at the solds, come up with your bracketed range, your final range, and then
Okay.
I want you to pick a price, but you can't pick the price until this is going to be
The
the
bracket.
recommendation that you're going to bring to your seller. So I want you to look at the actives when you're doing that because you have to take that into consideration because in a
Okay.
declining market, sometimes the active is even lower than what you're currently at. They've already experienced the price reductions. Any other questions before you go back to your breakout rooms? Okay. How are we feeling about this? You feel pretty good about your number? Everyone is shaking their head in the affirmative. Okay, except Eden. She's going in the opposite direction, but everybody else is feeling good about it. Eden's like, oh my gosh, this is crazy. All right, group one. Isolet, what'd you come up with?
You know what, Jack? We reevaluated proximity to the subject property and we ditched a comp, but it didn't change where we were at. We all agreed we liked where we were with the numbers. And so we're sticking with our 360, depending on also, though, once you get in the house and you see how it really compares. But we feel good with the numbers we have. We didn't change it.
Okay, thank you, group one. Excellent. Group two, what was your number?
Sorry. We had a big difference of opinion on it. So if I take the group average, I would say 360. I don't want to copy a select, but I mean, I had to take the group average if everybody threw out something at the end. Sorry.
Okay. Well, you get 60 real estate agents in a room and they all have 60 different opinions on price. That has been the historical average. Okay, good. Thank you. Group three, what have you come up with? Group three, what is your recommended list price?
Are we group three? I'm so sorry.
Amanda, you are not group three.
Okay.
You are, wait, hold on. I might be wrong. Amanda, yes, you are group three.
Okay, so that's then. We chose 374.
Okay. Thank you, group three. Group four. Group four is Indu, Jeru, Kevin, Sarah, Veronica, and Anshin.
Sorry, I thought I was not on mute. Hi, Jack. So we chose 365K, and our range was 353 to 380, and we compared with the staged home, and we felt like we are way behind in staging. So that is the price that we picked.
Okay, I like it. Thank you. Group into group 4 and group 5.
So group 5, we've got some good thinkers. We ran out of time a little bit, but we decided on 368. We eliminated a comp and added a couple of others just to kind of prove our numbers. We looked at a competitor that was about 370. That seemed a little bit like pretty much a good comp, but maybe a slightly few things more desirable. And so we're going at 368.
Okay. I have mine.
Can we get it larger?
No, I'm going to make it smaller. Me being cantankerous. All right, so here is what I have come up with. The comps I have, this is what I would bring with me: 2 actives and 4 solds. I did a quick CMA, which I'm going to show you how to do in a moment, which gives you this. What I love about it is it gives me the min-max average, and I look at these more than I look at anything else. I see a min of 179, I see a max of 207, I see an average of 193, and I ask myself, is this home superior, average, or inferior to the market? So I'm going to say that it's inferior. So
Inferior.
then I'm going to do a range between low and the average.
Average.
And so the average is $193 a square foot. What I would be telling the sellers, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, we need to stay out of $200 a square foot. It would be likely smart for us to stay out of the $200 a square foot range. $199 a square foot is $362,578. I would list it at $359,900. That is the price that I would bring this property to market at. Exactly $359,900 is what my recommendation would be. I heard 360. I heard 360. I heard 375. And I think I heard a 365. So you guys are all ballpark. I think you're all in the ballpark. So when you look at this now, you kind of get the idea that it is art and it's science, and it's just kind of pouring over the comps, and you're going to spend more time on this, and the more time you spend, the more things will be revealed. But when I get my comp grid down, there is this refine button, and I use this refine button all of the time because this is a refined value, and a refined value means that before there were more comps, and I selected the comps that I like, and then I click the refine button and I narrow. So once you have the grid and you have your baseline comps, I'm going to unselect the ones I don't want. I click narrow. Narrow then comes into these comps. These are the comps that I have hand selected that I think that at least tell the story well enough. And then I go to actions and I click the quick CMA button. The quick CMA is going to give you metrics to it, both the active and the sold. So then here I look at the total closed listings and I see the min sold price, the max sold price, the average, and the median. And I'm hyper fixated on these 4 numbers. And I simplify it for myself and I make it so much easier. And I ask myself, is my subject property superior to the average or inferior to the average? And if it's an inferior, then I'm somewhere between the low and the average. If it's superior, then it's somewhere between the average and the high. And that really will relieve a lot of pressure when you just look at it that way. If my comps are superior, then my property is inferior. And if my property is inferior, then I'm looking between the low and the average. If my property is superior, then I'm looking between the average and the max. Simple as that. So in here, my min is 180 and my average is 193. So I'm looking between 179 and 193. But after I scrutinized all over that, I feel like we can do just a little bit better than average. I think that, but we need to stay out of the $200 price range for this particular property. And I think even if you listed it at 260 or 365, I don't know that, you're going to have that big of a difference, but I'm really now hyper fixated at this property because I know that if I list it for, and remember, I stay out of the 360s because I know that that's going to be a price barrier that I want it to say 3.5, not 3.6, because of this listing is at 3.55. And I look at this listing and it's very highly, I think that mine's probably going to sell. Although they probably have a higher grade flooring, hand scraped, glue down hardwood floor. But this kitchen, it's kind of a corner pocket kitchen, and I don't think a lot of people are going to love it. So I think mine's going to sell for more than this. And this is where my average price is coming from. So I'm going to think, I think that my property is likely to sell before that particular property. So I'm pretty happy with where I am. Okay, what are your thoughts?
So, Jack, I have a question. So, is this not the place where the sellers would ask, okay, I don't see certain properties which are, around our home and that's sold for this price. How come we are priced lower? Something like that?
Well, I'm going to look at the property and I'm going to say, well, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, we have a property at 399 on the market for 40 days and a property on the market for 355 days for 121, and neither one of them sold. They have been unsuccessful in selling, and that's important to look at. Now we have 4 that did. One sold in 3 days at the 765 Bentwood, and the other one sold in 7 days, but that was in May and October. We're now in January 2026, and we have listings that sold since then. So if you're looking at these comps here, October, July, August, and then May. This higher one in 200 sold in May. August was 186. Then we get into October, it's 207, and then July. So this last one sold for 365, and it is the most recent comp. And I'm going to tell you that an appraiser is going to look at that one pretty heavily in terms of what the market is bearing. So that is where we're at there. Now, we're going to play another game. We're going to build this chart together. How many of you have ever built one of these before? I don't know why this is smaller. It's supposed to be like that. How many of you built one of these before? We're going to build one together, and you're going to find out how simple and easy it is. In fact, it might blow your mind how easy it is. And once you find out how easy it is, I'll bet you'll be using this all the time because I use it with every single listing. There's never been a CMA that I've done where I haven't used this. So you go to stats, and I'm trying to play with my zoom here so we can all see. I'm going to do the historical sales price trend. I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to show you. I'm going to put you back in groups, and then I want you guys to take a screenshot of it and put it in Teams so you can do it on your own. But I'm going to do a residential. I'm going to go to subdivision. I'm going to grab Terra Vista. I'm going to click unlock because I don't want all those HAR listings. I'm going to grab a 1-story, and I'm going to grab 1600 to 2050. And I'm going to start with Georgetown. And I'm going to come down here, and I've added some additional fields, and you may have to add additional fields. And how do you add additional fields? You click this little add remove thing, and you find the field in the list by typing in its name and clicking add. And these are the additional fields that I've added, which is levels, elementary school, property condition, list price, original list price, private pool. So I had to add private pool as as a special field here. So you're probably going to have this because I want to make sure that I don't have any properties with a pool ever to show up in my grid. All right, so that's all I'm going to do. That's all I've done. Single story, no pool, unlock MLS, 16 to 2050, Georgetown, Terra Vista, residential. Historic sales price trend. I'm going to click customize. When did these guys buy the home? What year?
2014?
Okay.
Oh, no, that was a build time.
What was the purchase date? Do you remember? I need the month and year.
August
June.
2015.
Yeah, 2015.
Yeah, 2015.
Okay. So I'm going to go back and I'm going to pick June of 2015. And we're not yet in December 2026. And that messes things up because the chart looks like it fell off a cliff. So I'm going to go to January 2026 to make sure that I don't mess that up, just 'cause I've done it enough where I know. And I want to group by not by month because that's too much. I want to group by primary year. I know I just checked a whole lot of options, but if you followed along, all you have to do is click generate. So starting over on the preset, select the historic sell price trend, click residential, square footage, unlock MLS, Georgetown, Terra Vista. You're going to add two fields, pool, private, and levels, and limit it to a single story and private pool. And then on the customize side, I'm going to go back to the month they bought it.
It's August.
Yeah, it's August, not June.
Okay, I thought it was June. August 2015 to January 2026. And then I want a smooth line, but that's already set by default. And I want primary year group by. Now, when I click generate, you're going to get this beautiful little grid here that shows how this property has changed in value since they've owned it. Now, I'm going to add something to it that I think is helpful. So if you click the printer button, it's kind of hidden under this thing. So if you click the printer button, what shows up is this link called Show Tabular Data. I'm going to click it because now it's going to actually show me the values on each one. And then here you go. So back in 2015, the average price was $249,129. Remember what they purchased the home for?
Yes, they bought us for 192. If I'm not,
240.
240.
Okay.
240.
So this is very close to their purchase price, right?
Yep.
So it looks like that this was just a little bit superior to the market. And this is how this property has changed in price over time. It is higher today than when they bought it. It is higher today than COVID. So if you follow this line to this line right here, you have what's called a trend line. Now, I'm going to show you something that I haven't shown every class. I feel like you guys are a little bit more advanced. We're going to show you something that I do that I think that you might like, which is going to Excel. And you can all see my Excel, right?
Yes.
You
Now
can
we go.
you can just give me a second because I had to change my screen. So yeah, I know you can't see it for a second. Or I'm just going to grab my grid and then I'm going to dump this here. All I did was copy the screen. That's all I did.
Mm.
Now what I like to do is I like to insert and I go to the insert tab and I grab a shape line and then I draw on this a line. Then double click Excel settings and format object. Okay. Now you have the ability to change the size point of the line and change the color of the line if you want. And you can change the properties if you want to give it an end, a beginning and an end, you can do that as well. But this now gives you the ability to kind of show them where they are. And then you can do another one of these, which can be helpful. I can duplicate it and I can go like this and I can kind of show them where they are here. And then all I'm going to do is I'm going to take a screenshot of this. And that is how I ended up with this. I put lines on it and I put pens and I didn't put a trend line on this one, but that's how I ended up getting these dots and things on it is just by putting it into Excel and then drawing on it and then copying and pasting it back over here.
So sorry to ask you, the final one that you're showing us right now, this is after putting the lines over here on that chart that you have right now.
And that's not something that you have to do. That's just if you want to do it. You can print this out as a
No, it's very interesting. It's very, very interesting. But I wanted to know, how did you get to the last one from this point after putting those lines?
Yep. So I'm just taking a screenshot of my screen, and it depends on if you have a Mac or a PC in order how to take a screenshot. So, but in any event, here is how you create this particular grid, and then you have the median here. And this is very helpful to the seller. Very helpful for the seller to see what has happened in the price, because these would have been the prices that we most likely would have picked. Now, what is the price coming into 2026?
350 for 350.
Now, where was it in December of 2025?
369.
So we don't have, I would not pick a partial month, and I made a mistake because I never pick a month that's not finished. So I would have always grabbed a full month, always,
December.
100%. So I have a full month's worth of comps. And then you always will get a number that is very similar to where you're recommending. And so I have now Mr. and Mrs. Seller. Here is the time in which you purchased it, and here's what the value is, how it's changed over time. This is a verification of what's happened. And this proves it so cleanly every single time. This grid comes in to prove the point. So I use this every single time. It's extremely helpful. Now I'm going to put you in groups and let's see how you do.
Jack, could you run through how to do that again? My second computer froze up while I was following along, so I'd just like to see how you got the graph information put in again, if you wouldn't mind.
Okay, I'm going to go back to stats. I'm going to click on residential. I'm going to click on a single story. I'm going to come down here and say no pool. I'm going to grab my square footage 1800 to 2050.
18 to 2050.
I'm going to grab Georgetown. Nothing else I'm really needing to do other than grab the subdivision.
I'm looking at MLS. You
And
mentioned that, yeah.
I do. I don't like getting HAR stuff in there. I find it to be very messy. I'm going to click the historic sales price trend. And then I'm going to click customize. I'm going to click group by primary year. And then I'm going to grab the custom range. I'm going to go back to August of 2015. I'm going to go to December 2025, which was my last full month. And then I'm going to click generate. I'm going to click the print button here. When I click the print button, it brings up a new set of options, which is show tabular data. And I get this and this, which something I did wrong. Is that right? Nope.
You did not put in the first time.
I didn't what?
You didn't put these points into the graph first.
What points?
The tabular data.
Oh, I had condos in there. And I'm sure that's what happened.
Yeah.
The condos is going to cause that grief.
Right. Yeah.
August 2015.
Yes, August 2014. Sorry.
2014.
Yes,
Got it.
2014.
No,
It's
it was
sold in 2015.
2015.
15, why 2015?
15.
Okay, primary year.
Oh, yeah,
Pre-sub.
2015. I'm so sorry.
Jack, I think that you pulled subdivision in this time, and you may have done all of Georgetown, is why you got a higher number.
No, I definitely grabbed the subdivision unless it disappeared out of my comp grid. Private pool, no. Single story, residential, single family residence, from 1800 to 2050, only on lock. This is the grid that I like.
Oh.
Yeah, I
You
thought it
had
was
done
1600 to
you had done
2050.
1600 to
What's
20.
here?
It is 16
You have
to
1800.
Okay.
Oh, well, that's the problem.
Ah.
Got it. No, that's way, 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 way off. Right. I need
Now you're
218.
gonna get
Thank
it.
you.
Now you're gonna get it. Yeah.
Yeah. My bad. Okay, so putting in your groups, and let's create the same one. Breakout groups. Welcome back, everyone. All right, did you have fun playing with graphs?
We
All
needed
right.
Yes,
we
Yes.
did.
Always.
Were we successful? Group one, were you able to recreate, Isolet, what we did?
We did, and you know what? It was a collective effort. A little bit of, everybody had a little bit of something that was like, we need to add that, and we need to add this, and so as a collective, it was a really good teamwork. Yep.
Good teamwork. Is this something that your group has been playing with in the past?
No.
Cool. All right. Super powerful tool to play with and bring out to listing agreements. Thank you, Group One. Thank you, Isolette. Group Two, Christina. I think you're the captain. Were you guys able to recreate the graph?
Yes, we were able to recreate the graph. We didn't get as far as Excel. We were trying to get to the Excel part, but we didn't get quite there.
I didn't quite expect you guys to get to the Excel, so that is okay. I'm glad and congratulations on being able to get through the graph. What do you think about the graph?
Yeah, it's
Love
cool.
it.
I like it. Yeah,
Love it.
definitely want to use it.
Definitely.
Group three. Who's the screen sharer at a group three? Mike, is that you?
It's me again, Jack. Yeah.
Okay. And how did your group do? Were you able to recreate the graph?
Yeah, same with the SLX group. Collectively, we were able to come together as a team and recreate the graph. I think everybody hit it on it, and then we also took it a step further. And I got interested in seeing my house since we bought in August of 2015, or area out here in Gerald. Just kind of wanted to see what that did as well. So definitely a cool little tool there.
Told a story, didn't it?
Oh yeah.
Yep. So whenever I say that it's part art, part science, and then storytelling, this is a really good storytelling piece. Good. Thank you, Mike. Good job. Moving on to group four, Indu. Were you and your group able?
Yes, our group were successful in making a graph and taking it to the Excel and creating the tabular table too.
Good job. And last but least, group five.
Yes, we were able to do it pretty easily. I put it in the chat with our little pictures. So you can see what we did.
Okay, I don't see it in the chat yet, but I would love to.
Oh, okay. I think it's in the chat.
You might need to click the little send button, but I don't see it there yet. Okay, good. Just when you thought we were done, we're going to do it again. We're going to now find a different property and we're going to do the whole thing. Excellent job. We're going to do the whole thing again. All right, so we're going to grab the property 2325 Hanover Way. So what you're going to do in your groups is you're going to research this property. You're going to take a look at the property itself, and then you're going to run a CMA for it. I'm going to give you 10 minutes. So the first thing that you're going to do is search for the property. So do the cross property search to try to find the property. Once you've found the property, then you're going to do the same thing you did and apply the CMA rules: number of stories, square footage, the
Level
wildcard for the
year.
subdivision. Isolet.
You said 23, 25, but you wrote 43, 25.
4325 Hanover Way. The one
Okay.
that is in the chat is correct, not the one I said.
Oh, it's the chat.
Okay. Now I'm going to go ahead and put you back in this. I'm going to break it up though. Guess what I'm going to do this time? I'm going to scramble all of your rooms.
Oh my God.
Yep. Oh no. I'm going to change it all up on you. And all right. And I want to make sure I don't put you in 10 minutes. All right, there you go. We'll come back and we'll see where you are in 10 minutes. We're back. Group 1. Now, I don't expect you guys to have a range, nor do I expect you to have a price yet. First, it was figuring out what subdivision, figuring out what comps you should have amassed. So let's start with room 1. Who is the screen share of group 1?
Mike screen shared, but I said I would speak because I have it pulled up as well.
Okay, cool. So Amanda, how many properties did you have on your grid?
We found 11 first, and then it went down to 3. We were kind of narrowing, and then we got pulled out. So, but we did have 11 at one point that we were just going to start looking into.
Okay. What was your basic criteria? You should see the basic criteria down here on the bottom.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mike has that part pulled up. I don't have that same thing pulled up. I just took notes while we were doing it.
Basic criteria, status or property type residential, status closed 1/16/2026 to 6/30/2025, status active, single resident, unlock MLS. We did the asterisk May, asterisk field, asterisk ranch, asterisk. Private pool, no. Garage space, 2. Square foot, 2250 to 2670. Levels 1 and 1.5. Yeah.
Okay, that's a solid criteria. Group 1, you did excellent. Group 2, Aki, Damien, that group. Who was the screen share to group 2?
I did. Okay.
Who was the screen share?
I did.
Okay, Aki, how many properties did you have in your grid?
Oh, no, I didn't do anything. I think it's some
Damien.
Damien.
No, we were just talking. Yeah, we were working on trying to get a screen share. Basically, we had very similar. I've come down to. I've got 3 properties. The 4th one was in Round Rock, but the ended up search after we found it was residential, closed 6/30/2025, which was 200 within 200 days. Status of active, under contract pending. Subdivision, we did the wildcard Highlands, wildcard wildcard Mayfield, wildcard Ranch, wildcard, no private pool, 2,000 to 3,000 square foot, 1 level. And that's how we ended up getting to where we're at.
Okay, and so group 1 had 11, in group 2, you had 3. Okay.
Yes.
Group 3.
I actually had 4.
I had the share of screen. Does anybody want to go, or can I go for group 3?
You go because you have the screen up. You can show them the criteria, the basic.
Okay, so we did have active under contract, pending, closed 200 days, and we had Mayfield Star, and single family residence, total square foot 2200 to 2600, year built 2014 to 2024, level 1, and we had 6 matches.
Okay. Thank you, Indu. Group 4, how many did you have in your grid?
We had 8 in our grid, 6 closed, 1 active under contract, 1 active, and our criteria was active, active under contract, pending, closed up to 200. Asterisk, Highland asterisk, Mayfield asterisk, Ranch asterisk, no private pool, 3 to 4 bedrooms, 2,100 to 2,600 square feet, 2015 to 2024, age, 1 level. I think that's it. I put it in the chat too.
And you said you had 11?
8.
8. 8. Okay, thank you. And group 5, how many did you have in your grid?
Well, we didn't drill down quite far enough because we did, our subdivision was wild card, Mayfield wild card. So we ended up pulling in some Cedar Park Leander homes. So we had 18, but if we had been, if we had specified city, we would have had 14. We did 0 to 200 days closed. We did active, active under contract pending and closed. We had 2,100 square feet to 2,700 square feet, no pool, unlock MLS only, 1 level. And that's as far as we got.
Okay, good, good, good. All right, so I'm going to put you back into your groups again. Now, what we're going to try to do is narrow down the criteria and give me a range. That means you're going to be to look at the photos a little bit. You're going to need to be very careful here because there's one criteria that you might add that's going to narrow it down a little bit too much. I think it's possible for you to get 9, but you can get as many as you think your group needs. So, all right, putting you back into the same groups, giving you 10 minutes. The idea here is to come up with a range. Okay, how many of you raise your hand if you were able to select a list price? No, one hand went up. Okay, how many of you did not yet get the list price? Okay, looks like one of the groups
We got a
didn't get.
range. That's as far as.
Yep, understood. That was, did you receive my little pop-up that I had sent in the chat? Did anybody receive a little pop-up from me? Yes, okay, good. That was
It
just
disappeared too quick to read.
Weird, yeah.
okay. Group 1. What range did you select? And please put it in the chat. David, Donna, Amanda, Melinda, Mike, and Sarah. Amanda, are you going to speak for the group?
Thought Mike was going to. He's the one with he's got our CMA, our quick CMA pulled up.
Okay, got it. Mr. Mike.
I'm back again. All right. Our range, Jack came up with was 485 to 525. And that was based off of 7 comps, 4 closes, 1 active, and then 2 under contract.
Okay. Put that in the chat, please.
Yes, sir.
And group 2 is Aki, Damien, Eden, Jocelyn, Melissa, Mia. Who was the screen sharer?
We didn't really have anybody scared. We're kind of working on it and trying to walk Eden. Eden, what did you come up with for your gap as you were trying to figure that out? Okay, well, what I'm seeing is 430 to about 540. Big gap right now. We didn't get it refined.
Okay, not a problem. We're going to continue working on this. Group 3, what did you come up with?
So our range came out to be pretty actually far out. 455 to 485.
Okay.
Oh,
All
sorry,
right.
500. Sorry, 500.
So I'm seeing I'm seeing ranges from 490 to 515, 485 to 525, 465 to 475, and 430 to 540. So you're
No, I'm sorry. Not five. Is it my group four? It came out to be 455 to 500.
I'm group 4. You're group 3, Indu.
Sorry, Miriam. Okay,
That's all
it's
right.
yeah, 455 to 505.
okay. So Indu, put that in the group for us in the group
Yes.
chat.
Yes.
Okay, and group 4 is Miriam.
Yes, and I did offer to let someone else do it, but they voted me in. I put our grid. We still had 9 in our grid, but you can see we highlighted 2 that we were talking about potentially taking out. So we focused mostly on the closed. So the most logical price per square foot range seemed to be 203 to 214, which gave us a price range of 492 to 519.
Okay. Okay, put that in the chat, please. And group 5. Who is our captain at a group 5?
That's me. We almost got there, but we were thinking the range showed like 420 to 499, but we were really thinking list price would be around 461.
Hmm.
I know.
Very interesante. We are all over the place, are we not?
Yeah.
Okay. So now that you've had an opportunity, you've had 10 solid minutes to drill into this a little bit, you've got some loose ranges going on. I'm going to challenge you with this, and this is what the pop-up said. I want you to look at the subject property, the photos, and then look at the comps. And I want you to ask your group the question, is the subject property, the property we're doing the CMA on, is it superior or inferior to the comps? If it's inferior, then you're going to grab a range from low to average. And when you do the quick CMA, you got the low price and the average price. If you think it's superior, then it's average to max. And it could be superior, but not all the way superior. So somewhere between the average and the max, or somewhere between the low and average. But look at the photos, look at the data, and now I want you to come back with a solid range and a list price. So how did this exercise feel? Are you feeling a little bit more confident doing this in a different way, doing it in a group exercise? I'm curious to hear from you. We're going to start with group 1, Amanda. Or David, probably, actually, because he's the one sharing the screen. David, what is the range and what is the price you picked?
Well, Mike has been sharing the screen, but we had
Oh,
a
did
good
I say
discussion.
David? David,
Yeah,
I'm
you
sorry.
did.
I meant Mike. I'm sorry. My
Yeah.
bad.
No worries.
All right, Mr. Mike.
And see, I thought David was going to take it because we actually had a really good conversation about this one,
Oh,
kind of
good.
spitballing back and forth. I
I've
think
got
that
mine on, Mike, just in case.
Well, I mean, you guys pick. You pick.
David, you want this one?
Yeah, I can go with it. We did have a very good conversation. We continued to narrow down. We felt like we were right on the max to average. We would go right in the middle between the max and the average, and then that's where I didn't have the screen and stuff to actually calculate out. So Mike, what did we square footage wise? Do you remember what we decided? Because we had a price.
I think 510 was what somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I think 510 is what we kind of rolled into.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. 24.25, so 510.
Yes.
210 a square foot. Okay, thank you, group 1. Group 2. Aki, Damien, Eden, Jocelyn, Melissa, who's taking point?
Yep, no, I got it. So we did a summary of the 9 properties that we had found, and we had a quite a open range, up to 597. But by the time we got done looking at pictures and going through everything and trying to figure in the area and so forth, our range came up to between 515 and 549 with a 535 list.
Okay. All right. I have a question, group two. Well, I'm not going to throw that out there until we get all the way through it. I'm not going to make an unfair advantage for group three, four, five. Group three. Thank you, Lisa, very much. Who is the captain of group three?
I will speak since I was sharing the screen, Jack. And our range, we are actually on the higher end, and we priced it at 504K.
Okay, please
And
put
we
that.
compared it, yeah, I did put it in there. We compared with the active ones, and we also compared it with the sold ones. And the sold ones were in inferior quality, but the active ones are superior in quality. But when it was priced over, it did not sell. But when it was priced right around the average, it sold in 6 days. So we have priced around that.
Okay, I like it. So put that the price that you selected into the meeting chat for me, Indu. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Group
Thank
four, Kevin, Miriam, Isabel. I don't know how you ended up with 4 people.
Yeah.
How'd you guys do?
So when we like refined it a little bit, we ended up with a range of about 485 to 546. We thought we were definitely better than the lowest, but not as upgraded as the highest. So we kind of felt like we fell sort of in the middle. We were going back and forth a little bit, so I don't know if anybody else wants to chime in. It felt like we did fall kind of in the middle of the comp set, and so we settled on 510.
Okay, there we go. Thank you, Miriam. So we have group 1 and group 4 selecting the same number. I like it. Let's go into group 5. Charles, Dominique, Eric, Veronica, Mohammed, Islet, and Christina and yes, Christina. Christina and Isolet. I also want to kind of hear from both of you when you were playing with this as well. All right, so group 5. Who is the person who is sharing the screen?
Me, Dominique.
Hello.
Okay, so when we went back and looked at all of the comps, we came up with a range of 485 to 495. We felt like our property was slightly better than the average, but we were also making note of the pretty intensive or pretty extensive cumulative days on markets for all the properties that had sold. So we kept our range at at the top of our range at 495, and then we selected a list price of 494.7.
Okay. I am going to give it to group 5. So group 5, you are all getting 50 points.
Yay.
Only because your opinion matches my opinion. um, Christina, and Isolet, were you driving any of these conversations in the background? Were you looking at the comp separately? Did you come up with anything on your own? I'm just kind of curious to hear from both of you.
So I'll tell you that my yellow red has a hard time when I'm not in the driver's seat. So I was like, can you please click the status so you can organize them for me there? Okay, now can you do this so I can see them over there? Bless Dominic's heart for dealing with me. But yep, we all participated. It wasn't just me, but I wasn't doing anything separate because I was trying to stay in with what the group was doing it. So I didn't do anything separate. One of the things though is that we did note that the garage
Yes, yes.
had a different square footage. So it didn't seem like it was a regular two-car garage. And so we kind of gave it some credit for that.
Okay, so it's probably a 2.5, but it shows in the MLS as a 2-car garage, but all of the comps, a lot of them were 3-car garage, so that makes the comp superior. So that for me was a really big driving factor on whether or not I was going to go over 5 or stay under 5. Thank you, Isolette. I love it. Christina?
Yeah, so I can pretty much mirror exactly what Isolette said because it's really hard because you're used to your own processes and doing this quickly, and it's really hard in a group. So yeah, I was kind of driving, yeah, click that tab, click that's the same exact thing there. Didn't get a chance to look at the garage, but I have an intimate knowledge of this neighborhood, and so we
Me
zeroed
too.
in quickly to the location.
Yeah.
Because it was built out in phases. I know those phases, but yeah, I think I have enough red in me that it was driving that as well. But I missed the garage. I will say that I didn't get a chance to look at that because it's really hard in a group dynamic to make sure everybody gets a turn. I want everybody to speak up, but yet you're watching that clock and you got to drive that and keep things moving. But
Well, you all
Indu
did.
did a great job of keeping up with us.
Thank you,
Okay,
Christina.
good job, everyone. All right, so when I look at this, I was able to pull up those comps, and I was really careful to look at what is my min or my low price per square foot, and it came in at 187. And what is the average, and it came in at 204. 187 a square foot is 453. 204 a square foot, which is the average, comes in at 494, just under the 500 mark. And the max is 212, which is really just, $6 more per square foot. So I look at the subject property and I think, looking at the 495 and the 560 and the 475 that I'm seeing here, I think that this property is at 24, 25 square feet. The property that's listed at 475 is 2,200 square foot. So ours has got, quite a bit more square footage to it. So for me, I would keep it under 5, and I think you could push it to 5. But once you get over 5, I think you're going to have a natural price barrier at the 5 on this particular property. Even though, it's a fantastic property, it's got all the upgrades, looks nice, got a good floor plan, clean, all the things. Um, that 3rd car garage is not something you can fix. Christina.
I was just going to say that even though you had a broader base, we had the almost identical 187 is the lowest. We were at 208 on the high end, but this exercise doesn't give you that time for that nuance. We're just trying to get that number really quickly. So I think if we had had a little bit longer, we certainly would have been under the 500 because you're not going to price anything that close to 500 and be above it. Yeah.
Yep.
I
Agreed.
think the same because had I noticed the garage, I probably would have knocked about 10,000 off, and we would have been around 500 as well. So
Exactly right. So I think the thing that has always made it easier for me, instead of just trying to get into information paralysis over the range, I really pay most attention to low to average and average to high and try to figure out, am I going to be below average or above average? And then that really helps me in those ranges because my range is low to average and average to high. And then I'm trying to figure out, is the condition which one is it going to fall into for me to then decide what range I'm actually in? Melissa.
Just to make sure, so when you're saying above average, are you saying you walk through the house and think this looks above average or below average? Or are you looking at the average house and the pictures of those and saying, is it above that house or below that house?
I'm looking at the comps, and we're gonna talk a lot more about what I'm doing at the listing appointment, which is going to help you a lot. But again, this is all kind of this order. First, we have to do a CMA, and then we're gonna go sit with our sellers, and you're gonna see just how what a disadvantage that is. We're gonna talk about where all this came from, the 2-step versus the 1-step listing appointment on Monday when we get into the listing marketing and grand opening class, or the buyer and seller presentation rather, and walking through their property and what are we looking for and all the things. And it's gonna make more sense when we get into that, because this is, it's just really a CMA class. And something that Isolette mentioned earlier in the day was, look, you need to go see the property. You need to get eyes on it. And the competitive nature of real estate agents, we used to have a two-step process. And the two-step process is go meet with the seller, walk the property, understand what it looks like, then go back, pull your comps, drive the neighborhood, get familiar with the comps and the other homes that sold, review them thoroughly, and then make an analysis based on actually being inside the home. So when I bring my CMA to my seller's home, I don't bring the number. I bring the comps and I bring in all my work, because I will bring these comps exactly like I have now. And then when I walk through the property, then I'm determining where it's going to fall in the average or the max, and then I work on it together at the table. And if you can work with the seller at the table and they can see how that process is being put together, and now they're part of the process, then they help select that number, and it's even more meaningful for them, and they totally get it. But when you walk in the front door with a price and you've never seen their home, that's suspect to the seller, it's suspect to the broker, it's suspect to everyone, because how in the world did you do that? You've never been inside the home, you've never seen it, you have no idea what maybe they've even done to the property since the last time it sold. Okay, but we're not done yet. We have a little bit more work to do, not a lot, but a little bit more, because we are going to go back and remember what the purchase price was for property 1 and property 2, and we're going to put that in an Excel spreadsheet or write it down on a piece of paper. Then, what is the loan amount for both properties? These are easy things to find out. What is the recommended list price that you came up with? So write that down. What is the estimated closing costs? And remember, it's the list price, your price times 0.0825, and that is your estimated closing costs, and that works. And then what is the cash to close, which is going to be the list price minus the closing cost minus their loan balance. So you have 15 minutes to do all that in your groups, and it is plenty enough time. What I am going to do to make this a little easier, closing costs, make sure that I have it here. We have, yep, loan amount, recommended list price, estimated closing costs, and then these two, cash to close. All right, so I'm putting these into your chat so that you can copy and paste. You may have noticed that when you go into your group sessions, the chat goes away and you have a brand new chat. So take a screenshot, or try to figure out how you can get all of those, and maybe even I can just do this for you. But this is what we're, dang it. This is what you're trying to accomplish. Okay, that is what you are trying to accomplish. Purchase price, loan amount, recommended list price, estimated closing costs, and the cash to close. What's that?
Are we going off what we chose as a list price?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm missing something. You're saying property 1 and property 2?
Mm-hmm.
So the first one that we did with you?
Yep, the one that we did with Terra Vista, and then this one in Mayfield.
Okay, thanks.
How did we do?
Well, we have one big question. Fabulous.
What is the one big question?
Lousy.
When you say cash to close,
cash.
I mean, you talking about the seller or the buyer? Because the seller.
That's what I said. Yeah.
Well, it cash to close is cash positive.
So you mean there could be profit?
Yeah, there's going to be large profits.
Good.
We
Okay,
did
good.
that wrong.
Thank you. I got it. Just we were confused on that last little bit. Thank you.
Well, Well, up on the screen is what I got. I'm hoping that all of you were able to do this. It's easy to get the purchase price. We go find the MLS listing, we look at the bottom, and we see what the sold price was at the time that it sold. So not the list price, but the actual sold price. So for property one, it was $192,000. For property two, it was $386,000. Then we want to get the loan amount, which means we need to go to both MLSs and click Realist and scroll down and find out what is the most recent refi or loan that we have against the property. So we see property one has a $177,000 loan against it from 6/17/21, and property two had a $337,750 loan against it from February 6, 2020. So when you take those to bank rate and you do the amortization schedule, you get 161 for property one and 298 for property two. Did anyone be able to go to bank rate and enter those, or do you? Okay.
I was trying to do that, but we ran out of time.
Yeah,
Sorry.
we ran out of time.
The only thing
Oh.
we missed the refi. It looks like because I went off with a 331 936 loan balance, but I missed the refi.
And the recommended list price was for me 359.9 and then 499.9. So we then multiply both of those numbers by what factor?
0.0825.
And then you get those numbers, and then we're going to take the recommended list price minus the loan amount minus the closing costs, and bing! Property one, $153,000 cash to seller. Property two, $120,000 cash to seller. And they like that number when you get out there. Then you tell them, oh, by the way, even more bonus, you're going to get a refund of your escrow account within 30 days after closing. Just make sure you give your forwarding address to your lender. All right. Now, there's one thing we didn't do, but I'm going to leave it for your homework. And guess what it's going to be? It's going to be creating the graph for the second property. So that's going to be all of your homework. Put that into Teams when you have it done. So remember, go back all the way to the purchase date, from the purchase date they purchased it all the way to today, and then click the results grid so you actually can see the data. So excellent day. CMA is a class that I feel like should be more of a workshop. So I always turn this into more of a workshop so you guys can, get muscle memory and doing it in the MLS and do it in groups and work together and do it not once but twice. And this is recorded, so you can always go back and watch any of this. But unfortunately, what's not recorded is all the work that you did in the breakout sessions. Okay, so that is it. That is official end of class for today. I saw a couple of hands go up, so I'm going to go ahead and say congratulations, everyone. You did a fantastic job. Thank you. I will see you Monday for our buyer and seller presentation class at 9 o'clock, but I will stick around for a couple of minutes because I see hands, and Isabel is first one up. So thank you, everyone. Fantastic job.
Look forward to seeing
Lisa,
everybody at the open house that's coming out. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Thank you. Bye.
Open house this
Thank
weekend.
you.
Jack, yes, can you just repeat the formula real quick, the formula to get to the cash to close?
Yep. So it's you're going to take the recommended list price, which is the price that hopefully they're going to sell the property for. Then you're going to subtract what they owe the bank minus their closing costs. Yep, that is all there is
Thank
to
you.
that. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Jack, I have a question if you've got a minute or two.
Eric. Yeah, sure, of
Here,
course.
let me turn on my video so it's not being rude. So two questions. One is you had mentioned earlier about walking the home and stuff like that, like as you approach and stuff like that, and taking that into consideration. You already do this homework prior to, so does that change numbers usually? I mean, do you make that on the spot, or like how do you make that assessment when it comes to like suggested list price when you're doing that?
So I know how to calculate their closing costs, which is why I needed to be able to find a way to calculate their closing costs at the table. So I know when I come up with the list price, I already know what their loan balance is because I'm going to walk in the door with it. So I bring my range and all my comps with me. And then when I get into the property, then I select a price after I've seen the home and I do it with them at the table. So then once we pick the price, then all I have to do is subtract the loan amount, which is not going to change, and then I'm going to calculate on the fly what the closing costs are based on the list price I select. So I take the list price I select, multiply it by 0.0825, get the, in this case, $41,000, and subtract that from the suggested list price minus the loan amount minus the closing costs, and then that's what their net's going to be. So I can calculate their net, pick the list price after seeing the property, and all I did was bring all my comps with me. And tomorrow, rather Monday, that's going to all make a lot more sense because we're going to drill into the what I do from the moment I get the phone call to the seller all the way to selecting the list price.
Okay. No, that's good. And so you just do that there. Second question is, as far as time blocking, because I'm trying to get my calendar and kind of do all this stuff. So when I'm planning on doing a listing appointment, right? How much, I mean, you're obviously a lot faster, more experienced in this. What would you suggest? Like, if, hey, Eric, you're spending 2 hours on doing this, you're doing way too much. Like, what do I need to kind of have as far as a gauge of when I'm planning my day and I'm preparing for a listing appointment, I should prepare this much time to get this. What would you suggest?
I think that you also have to prepare your listing agreement and type all of that out, and that's, a thing. I'm gonna say that you should give yourself 45 minutes to get through your comps and 30 minutes to get all the paperwork in order, and that's about the time that it should take you.
Okay. Yeah, because I just don't want to be one of those paralysis by analysis types of folks. And then here I am a half a day later and I'm nowhere near where I needed to be. So
Yeah, no, there's really no reason for you to find yourself in that situation, but just remember what can help relieve that is, are you low to average or average to high? So once you have the range, you know it's going to fall into one of those two buckets, and then that really, really helps you.
yeah, that was huge. Hearing that part right there was like, oh, why didn't I think about that? Like, yeah, just looking at those. So okay. Thank you so much, Jack. I really appreciate your time. You have a great weekend.
You too, Eric. Have a good weekend. Hello, Christina. I saw you
hey.
you unmuted. Um,
Did I? Oh, I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. I just was listening.
okay. No, I'm happy. I just didn't know if you had a question or a comment or any of those things. Um, Anybody else got anything? Nada. Okay. Enjoy your weekend, everyone.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you so much,
Thanks,
Jack.
Thank
It
you.
was wonderful.
I had fun hanging out with y'all.
Thank you so much.